something last stream where you said, did this happen because of this? And both of the parts individually were correct, but they were not related. And I was like, holy shit.
Nice.
Only one of those has been brought up thus far.
I unmuted us, by the way!
Divert. One of these is like literally the end of the game.
Nice. Big brain. We're talking about morphogenetic fields here, chat. The fact that I apparently have access to the morphogenetic field.
You are a receiver.
I'm sending the signals to myself.
I am the transmitter and you are the receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know the information and I'm sending it to you.
So it's gonna put me at where I was checking last night, by the way. Because I was checking the game, and so it's gonna put me at the beginning.
Yeah.
Anyways. What did we say? You put it in voice text.
I put it in voice text because I knew I would forget. Yellow and then red.
Okay, yellow, red, so I need to go to...
I'll go to the choice for that. Yep. Into the chromatic doors. My mom's gonna come down and be like, why are you awake this early? Also, what are you doing? Why are you talking to yourself?
Oh no, they know that I'm doing this.
I just remembered why I just remembered why I saw Red Door with Dio and I was like, oh god.
Dio!
Oh god.
Red Door with Dio.
Yes, Red Door with Dio. And that is when I remembered why I wanted you to do this path. And I was just like, oh my god.
I'll take Dio, that means the Red Door.
Getting on the dark. Anyway, might as well be polite. Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Clover?
Well, I don't really trust him. If Alice really wants to go with option B...
Yes, this works fine. Kay, Tenmyoji, and I will take the green door. It's not great, but it's better than Dio. I'm good.
Well, I'm willing to do option B. Bart should be fine if he's with Luna.
Okay, I'll take good care of him. I promise.
What about Phi and Kay?
No problems here. I'll take Quark and Luna and we'll do the blue door.
I also approve of option B. I will take the green door, correct?
Me having to think about it every single time, even though we've done this like 6 times already. Yeah, good. Looks like we're all set. Okay. Kay nodded and handed Quark gently to Luna.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close.
Come on, guys, hurry. Door's already closing.
I know!
This path has like the biggest angst in all of the series, in my opinion.
Nice. Within seconds to spare, we leapt across the threshold.
2,
Except for that one
1,
scene in Zero Time Vilna.
0.
This is one of the highest angst moments in the
Chromatic
entire
doors
series.
close.
Nice. Yeah, we're specifically starting with the angst, not ending with the angst.
That'll wake you up.
Yeah, really. You know what? I realize the viewers probably don't know the context of that. Hi guys, I didn't sleep last night. What is this? There's 3 different doors.
Which one do we take?
Dunno, but it looks like they're all locked anyway.
So this is a dead end? Great.
No, hold on. What's this thing?
Well, it's got a lever on it.
Don't get too attached. It's probably a lever.
Clover, I love your jokes sometimes, but oh my gosh. Are you serious?
Yeah, pretty good, huh? Am I great or what? Huh?
Me.
Hey, Sigma, is this chick simple or something?
Why, Ada? You wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. Let's just take it easy on her, okay?
Hey! What kind of a gentleman has a secret conversation in front of a lady? I guess it can't be helped, though. You boys just secrete secrets.
Ha 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 ha!
Wordplay. It rhymed.
Oh man, I'm good.
Sigma, please, let me give her a smack.
No! I wouldn't do that. What if it only makes her worse?
Well, I think that's enough genius comedy for now. How about we throw that lever?
I thought you said we should stay away from
Well, you don't really think anything bad's gonna happen if you pull it, do you?
it. You were one to say that last time.
Besides, it's not like we can go back.
Fine, I'll do it. Ready? Here we go!
Oh, Dio being the big strong man. Huh. The center one opened.
Looks like the others are still locked, though.
Through the center one, then. Forward!
Without waiting for a response, Clover marched through the door. Dio and I shared a glance, shook our heads, and followed. Wow, this part makes you not exactly hate Dio. Crazy.
This path will make you hate Theo if you don't already.
Oh, I hate Dio. But he's being tolerable for now. What
He's being tolerable.
the...
He's about to be very intolerable.
What is this place?
Well, it said laboratory on the door, didn't it? I figure that means they're dissecting frogs or building mine rays or something.
A laboratory, huh?
Do you think they might research stuff like viruses here? If they do...
Good idea. We might be able to find some of that Excelivir.
If we do, we can cure Quark.
You really think it'll be that easy?
Well, somebody's a positive
Shut
thinker.
it. Just saying. This place hasn't exactly been set up for us to succeed so far.
Well, we won't know until we look. Let's get started. Let's get started. Sorry. Seek a way out.
Yay.
Seek it a way out. We're doing the thing. Ooh, funky music.
We discover this funky music.
There's something on the tray. Empty capsule. Oh, empty capsule. Okay, seed. Just seed. Binder. There's some paper inside. Let me see that. It says steps for dissecting a frog. You found steps for dissecting a frog. You can review it in the archive. A binder. It looks like there's 2 pieces of paper in here. Yeah. Let's see here. Hydroponics Research 1 and 2. You found Hydroponics Research 1 and 2. You can review them in the archive. Okay. Preparation of hydroponic fluid and seeds. We have seeds. Prepare the 5 different hydroponic fluids. Dilute ratio 1 part fluid, 10 parts water. Each fluid has a distinct color. Preparation 2. Prepare the 5 types of plant seeds. 2 long seeds, 3 round seeds. Okay, so we have 3. We have round seeds? Question mark. I'll have to investigate that. Research has been shown that there are distinct and repeatable relationship between the fluid used and type of seed. These relationships can be characterized in the following manner. The long seeds failed to germinate in 3 of the fluids. Interesting. Round seeds in fluid B, yellow, and fluid D, cyan, failed to germinate. Okay. None of the marked seeds germinated in fluid C. None marked seeds failed to germinate in fluid A or fluid yellow B. I started reading the colors. When the striped seeds were put into fluid D, in fluid E, only 1 of them failed to germinate. They didn't mention them. Oh, there's long seed types and round seed types, and then there's striped seed types, which is a part of one of the seed types. Okay. Remove the specimen from the preserving ethanol. Dispose of the ethanol by pouring it down the drain in the fume cupboard. Wow. Cupboard. It's cupboard. The ethanol will be filtered and gathered in the liquid waste tank beneath the cupboard. I almost read it as cupboard again. Anyways, begin dissection using the provided scalpel.
Right? The word is spelled cupboard. People say cupboard.
I mean, I do say bury instead of bury.
Yeah, it's spelled cupboard. Nobody says it that way.
It's black. There's nothing on there. It's a microscope. I tried looking into the eyepiece, but it was pitch black in there. Well, there's these 4 holes on top of it. Maybe we need to stick something in them. Okay. Wait, how do I get to the other? Do I just gotta keep going this way? Okay. Weird. How do I get to the other side of the room then? I guess I just gotta click.
You gotta click into it.
Stripe seed. Wait. Binder. There's some paper inside. It says DNA extraction results. You know what? I'm not gonna read this until I need it. We have 4 different seed types. Right now. Saline solution. Frog. Roots.
We just captured Brother Frog?
Oh my gosh.
We dissect him. Oh my god.
And then we have these over here.
Pipe puzzle.
Oh, it's what needs to get poured into them. It's the percentage of water, isn't it? 33253?
That's just their current levels.
Okay. How much water percent does it need? 1 parts fluid, 10 parts water. But well, none of these are 1 parts fluid. Are they?
Tray on the center table.
I think something different hydroponic fluids and how they each had a different color. Do you think it was talking about these? Man, it looks like, look at all these pipes. I think they run down the beaker to the beakers underneath. There are these handles where the pipes meet. If you turn the handle right, the liquid goes right. If you turn it left, the liquid goes left. And so maybe if you put it in the middle, half goes down the left and half goes to the right. What is this liquid then? Probably water. What do the numbers mean? Aren't they supposed to indicate the amount of water that flows down out of each pipe? There aren't any units, but it looks like 80 somethings of water come out of the center pipe. And then after the pipe splits, each gets 40. So we're supposed to regulate the flow of the water with the handles so each beaker gets the correct amount. Yeah. How do we get the water to come out in the first place though? I think you probably pull that lever over there on the right. Like this. After turning the correct levers, pull down on the lever on the right to pour the water into the beakers. Okay, let's give it a shot. That'll go on both. But it doesn't need to go to that side.
now you have half of them right.
Mm-hmm. And then this one could go that way, and then it would go to both sides. So what would be the...
5 of them are correct.
Let's see. Don't think it would need to. Well, not all of them would need to be. Because then there would be no point of putting this in the.
Center.
Huh?
I'll go down the center.
They all just go down center.
Yep.
Great. Because, yeah, I was about to make them all center, but I was like, no way. But we poured the water into the beakers, and all of the lights are green. You did it! Okay, so
The next part of that puzzle is to put the correct seeds into the correct liquids.
yeah, we don't have all the seeds though yet.
There's one of them next to
1,
the
2, 3, 4. Yeah. Where is it?
next to the blender.
Let me get to the blender. Oh, no. Oh, no. Stop it. Stop!
Aww. No.
Why is it doing that?
There's also, I don't think you have the scalpel,
Yeah, I don't.
which is on a plate next to the exit. Yeah, let's look up and down. That'll make it better. I think this is one of the rooms where you have to prepare seed and then the liquid waste tank.
Okay. That's some kind of liquid waste tank. It looks like a... What? Did she just say it looks like a thigh tank? Are you for real?
Yes.
Okay, now we're gonna do...
Take it. Take the piss tank.
Okay. So we need to put them in... I guess we need to put them in things that it will germinate in. Research has shown there are a distinct and repeatable relationship between the fluid used in each type of seed. These relationships can be characterized by the following manner. All the seeds failed to germinate in 3 of the fluids. Okay. Round seeds didn't, so yellow and cyan don't need round seeds. None of the marked seeds germinated in green. Marked.
The unmarked seed goes green.
Okay. Non-marked seeds failed to germinate in red. Non-marked seeds failed to germinate in fluid A. Red and yellow. You know what? Let me just take a picture of this. It's like the always thing I come back to is, you know what? Let me just take a picture. Oopsie. Okay. So this is a non-marked seed, I'm guessing.
Yes.
And this is a non-marked seed. And then we got a marked seed and a marked seed.
So
Or no, striped seed.
non-marked seeds have to be in.
Okay, let's go one seed at a time, I guess. Let's start with the striped seed, circle seed that we have here. So, the round seeds in fluid yellow and cyan failed to germinate, so we don't need yellow or cyan. We don't need to put this in green. None of the marked seeds germinated. Oh no, so we need to put this. Wait. No. Yeah, okay. Non-marked seeds failed to germinate in red and yellow. So red is one of the fluids we need to put this in, not yellow, because round seeds did not germinate in
Put
yellow.
one seed in each color.
Yeah. When the striped seeds were put into cyan and blue, only one of them failed to germinate. Okay, so one of the striped seeds also doesn't go in blue or cyan, but we already know that it doesn't go in cyan. So therefore, it wouldn't go in blue if it failed to germinate in cyan. So this seed goes in red.
No.
Dang it.
Shit.
Okay. Let me read it again.
Look at the puzzle, because then you'll be able to like trial and error it as well.
Oh, you can?
Alright, this is one of the puzzles that can be solved with trial and error.
Oh, 3 seeds, 3 seeds, 2 seeds, 5 seeds, 3 seeds? Is that what's happening here?
Just click on them. I don't know why the numbers are there.
Beakers contain a liquid culture. Each seed requires a particular kind of culture. Place each seed in the appropriate beaker. By dragging a seed on top of another seed, you can switch them. Press the check button after you have put the seeds in the correct places. When each seed is in the correct culture, you will have completed the puzzle. Okay, this time let's just start with the long. Longs only failed to germinate in 3. Long seeds failed to germinate in 3 fluids. So, it can't go in green. Oh wait, no, it does. None of the marked seeds germinated if put in green. None of the marked
An unmarked seed has
So,
to go in green.
an unmarked seed has to go in green. Non-marked seeds failed, so it can't go in red and yellow. And cyan and blue is fine. Okay. So we can't narrow that down yet. Really, this was the closest to being narrowed down. Okay, let me read that again and see what I got wrong for that. So it can't go in yellow or cyan. It can't go in green. And it can't go, so red and blue is what it could go in.
No.
No? How am I absolutely getting this wrong? It seems the
Just
most...
trial and error. Just slab them all in and then hit check, and it will tell you which ones are right.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, you just switch them. I see. I see. Well, I can at least try a little bit, so I don't have to try and error this too many times. Let's see.
Have 3 of them.
None of the
correct.
marked seeds germinated in green, so unmarked seeds need to go in green. So, striped seeds were put into cyan and blue. That's fine.
3 of them are correct.
Round seeds in fluid yellow and cyan failed to germinate, so can't have a round seed in cyan or yellow. So we want to switch it like that.
Yay!
There we go. Okay, so I was right with blue, though. That it goes into blue. You did it, Sigma! I made her sound like an Aussie. You've sown your seeds! Don't say that. Uh-huh, why not? Just don't. Quiet, you two. Look at this. Oh, a red capsule. Quiet, you two. Why do we have to be quiet to look at this? There's a red capsule sitting in the hole. Small capsule. Half of it is red. It has some sort of metal protrusion. Okay. And now we need to find that scalpel.
It's on a plate next to the exit. Try maybe looking down. And now you look down and oh, there it is.
Hey, look! A pretty fancy tray. It's a cat playing with a ball of yarn. Are you even looking at... Cat, it's a lion. How are you not kitten that? What? Sorry, it's sort of a tick I picked up when I was a kid. Whenever I talk about cats, I kind of... Well, you heard. That's pretty weird. Wait, seriously? When he talks about cats, he has to make cat puns? Ooh, that's so cute! Okay, remove the specimen from the ethanol, dispose of the ethanol. The ethanol will be filtered and gathered in liquid base beneath the tank. Begin dissection. So we need to be over here, and we need to be on the frog. Looks like Lord Hoppington. Don't give it a name. Aw, it looks like he's dead. Yeah, he's probably been preserved. I think the liquid is ethanol. How do you know? The smell? Really? Yeah, it smells like disinfectant, right? And besides, scientists preserve stuff in ethanol all the time. Okay. Huh? Oh, why'd they put a speaker here? That's a drain. What's wrong with you? Oh, I see. You've got the frog there, planning to take it out, I assume? You should probably pour the ethanol down the drain first. That's what I was to do. Okay, I'll just pour the froggy ethanol into the drain. And set the frog over here.
Take the waste bin.
This tank collects liquid waste. The ethanol I poured down the drain. He poured down? Okay, whatever. Should be in there. It's a little big, but I have a feeling we should take it. Can we open it? It's a tank that collects liquid waste. Right now it's full of ethanol. You know what to do with this frog, right? That scalpel ought to do the trick. No. You're gonna dissect the frog. Sigma, what are you doing with that scalpel? You're gonna cut Lord Hoppington open? Oh, well, I don't really have a choice, do I? But poor Lord Hoppington. What are you freaking out about? It's dead. That's not the point. It's still sad. Yeah. It is kind of sad. Oh, for the love of... This frog is dead. It's an ex-frog. Ugh, fine. I'll do it. Hey, well, I guess that saves me the trouble. Great noises to accompany it. Oh, something came out of his stomach. A blue capsule? Yay, a blue capsule. I already knew where to put her. Make sure apparently. Oh, I have to fill it.
So, just need the color. Where's the room layout? Where's the blender?
What is this thing? Industrial strength lid. This is the blender.
Okay.
If you open it up, it looks like a blender or something. I don't think you'd be using it to cook, though. Maybe it's a scientific experimentation where we are in a lab. Yeah, you could probably pulverize just about anything with something this heavy duty. Okay, time to throw this root in the mixer. Alright, done. It tried giving me 50 clues on how to wash that one singular rag, and it gives me 0 clues that I need to put a root in a blender.
It's probably in your files or something.
Maybe. Oh, I need to take the cup. What do we need to do next? Is there any DNA extraction? Oh. Okay. Proceed through the following steps to extract DNA from a plant's root seeds. Place plant material in designated blender and activate the blender. Once the material has been thoroughly broken down, add a solution of saline water. The liquid will be filtered and dripped down into the beaker. Once it's done, pour the ethanol into the beaker. DNA will collect at the bottom of the beaker. Use an empty capsule to collect it. Alright, I'll pour the saline solution in here. And there's a funnel above the beaker. Filtered liquid comes out eventually. Okay, looking good. Right? Yeah. Alright, next I need to pour ethanol into the beaker. Then... I guess this should do it. Do you think this gel here has the DNA that we're supposed to collect? Probably. So what do we do with it? Yeah, I know. Alright, I just gotta dip the protrusion on this capsule into the stuff in the beaker. Awesome, you got it all. Green capsule.
Wow, another capsule.
Yep, I do. Sigma, come here. What's wrong? I can see something in here. What do you mean, something? Just look. It's easier than explaining. What am I looking at?
The microscope.
Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh, I hated doing these in biology, but at least they're not actually.
They're easy.
Yeah. What the heck is this? Probably simplified version of DNA sequence. A is adenine, G is guanine, and C is cytosine. Cytosine, yes. T is thymine. You think we can manipulate it? Yeah. It looks like the puzzle has to do with pairing these bases. Bases? Yeah. DNA is made out of 4 bases: adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. However, you can only bind A and T, G, and C. Yup, I hated doing this in biology class. We had to make a full chain one time. It was like really annoying. We were just gluing pieces of paper together. Anything else won't work. These are called complementary base pairings. You know a lot about this stuff. I guess so. Anyways, you should be able to solve the puzzle now. Give it a shot. Reposition how each row so that each A is connected to a T and a G is connected to a C. Move each row sideways until the letters match up. Oh, it's that way. Never mind. I see how it is. Wait, what? Oh, this doesn't move with anything. Good. Oh, okay. Ha! Did it. Good job, Sigma. That was awesome. You want a treat? I'm not hungry. You're turkey. What the heck? Stop screwing off. We don't have time for that. Now get over here and look at this. Huh? And there's something on it. This is password. Yeah. That's only one of the passwords. What else do I need to do to
Still
get
have another capsule.
Yeah, I know.
You have plenty of plant material.
Plenty of plant material. What?
Seeds come from plants.
Oh yeah. Okay, I was thinking about the seeds, but then that confused me. Are you going to use those seeds in the mixer? Yeah, I think you don't think I should? No, I mean, you don't think I should put all of them in. You meant all 5 types of seeds. Yeah, interesting. Well, why not? Alright, done. Ah, now we don't need them anymore. Alright, I'll just pour the saline solution in here. There's a funnel above the beaker. Filter liquid comes out eventually. Okay, looking good. You know, that's a good lesson to know. If something's still in your inventory, you can probably still use it for something else. I guess that should do it.
Most of these types of games will automatically discard stuff from your inventory if you don't need it anymore, just to free up space. Make it clear that you don't need it anymore.
Awesome, you got it all.
Otherwise, you'll just keep using the axe on everything. It's like, no, we only needed the axe for one thing.
Look! The screen changed. What's going on? You put in a yellow capsule, right? I think it reacted to that. Why? I don't know, but it was just thinking. Thinking what? Well, that thing we just had plant DNA in it, right? Maybe this caused that. Anyway, let's have a look. Okay, sun, star. It's different now. Different shapes and places.
Sun, star.
I already forgot where it was. Yay, it opened. You did it. Archive, secret. Floor A and Floor B. The facility has 2 stories. The top floor is referred to as Floor A. The bottom floor is referred to as Floor B. The A and B supposedly stand for above and below. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after particular Swedish pop rock groups from the 70s, but everyone involved in the project has insisted that that is a vile and hurtful lie. ABBA?
I assume. It's the only thing I can think of.
Okay. Researcher's Journal 1. When the body was infected with Radical 6, the processing speed of the brain is reduced. If we assume the brain currently operates on a one-to-one basis with regards to time, Radical 6 reduces this to one... what is it called? Root 1/6. Yes. Or approximately that. I'm not going to say that. It's stupid. This means that for each second that passes outside, the patient feels that only 0.408 seconds has passed inside. Therefore, when 1 second has passed inside, approximately 2.45 seconds, or the root of 6 seconds, has passed outside. This is why the virus has been terminated Radical 6. Termed Radical 6. Okay, so we did get infected with Radical 6 when that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was right with connecting it to Radical 6.
Meanwhile, I already watched all of my YouTube videos on 2x speed, so I would be able to understand them just fine.
What?
I already watched my video on YouTube videos on 2 times speed, so if people were talking at 3 times speed, I would still be able to understand them.
Oh, well, I could understand what they were saying when Sigma was trying to understand what Phi was saying, even without reading it.
Yeah.
Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide.
Yeah.
One theory holds that the disparity in time perception causes the brain to be flooded with massive amounts of information. Unable to keep up, it begins to fail. Whatever the cause, the infected invariably attempt to take their... which is arguably the most terrifying aspect of the virus. Researchers suggested that the target antiviral would kill or at least disable Radical 6, but thus far we've been unable to develop one. It seems our best hope now is to harvest antibodies from someone with a natural immunity to the virus. The bodies of those dead from are piled along the roads leading into and out of town. The entire area reeks with the stench of decay, and the sky is filled with constant buzzing flies. At times, there are swarms. The swarms are so thick, when one passes, it feels like as if a cloud has gone over the sun. Every day I see more crows, and rats are everywhere, feeding on the dead. Ironically, the only healthy-looking creatures are the stray cats who have grown fat in plentiful rodent diet. The few humans who survived the outbreak have been locked away by the government in underground shelters. I don't know how many were saved, but I fear only a handful. Dio, you brought Radical 6 in here. We were supposed to be safe. I don't actually know. Because the first person to show any symptoms is Quark. But he is a child, so. Oh, please, let their future be a bright one. This is an excerpt from the journal of a researcher. Due to space constraints, some sections have been cut out. Jumpy doll. It sounds like someone named a doll Jumpy, but why? What? Why? What is Jumpy doll doing here?
That's from the first game.
I know, but what is it doing in this file?
That's what we need to know and need to find out.
Yes. The secret of Quark's hat. Don't you think his hat looks kind of weird? There's a huge band and just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears? Or maybe he's just a young Lobot? Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of his hat are hiding those pods. Like you see on helicopters or SAM sites, except these missiles are tiny, and when he gets into trouble, both sides of the hat open and they just fly out all at once. Psh, just kidding. Actually, he just keeps snacks in there. Aw. It is like one of those snack hats.
A gulp hat.
an antiviral medication made to counteract Radical 6. More specifically, it's an antibody that, with a natural resistance to the virus, was found in and extracted from an individual in 2038, and then replicated using the IG replicator. An Exceliver injection is the only known way to fight off a Radical 6 infection. You know what I realized? No, never mind. I was gonna say, when the ending that everybody dies, Kay could have gotten his key, but I'm not actually sure if he could have gotten his key. Anyways.
Angst time, baby. It's angst time.
Nope, it's not that one. Where are we? Laboratory. Moon, star, sun. Dude, what? Oh my gosh!
Angst.
Don't tell me Dio's gonna take that.
Angst.
It opened. Awesome! The suspense is killing me. Okay, what have we got here? First is a map. Why did you pick up that first? I mean, we rode down the elevator to get here. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, let's keep looking. There's a lot of stuff in here. These are ambidex room key cards. Looks like they gave us 2, just like the sun cards. I'm a solo, so I'll hang on to 1. Cool? Sure, fine. Next up, we've got a notebook. Anything interesting? I can't read any of this. Are these even letters? What the heck is this? Isn't it a journal? It's got dates and stuff. Maybe, but I can't read any of this. What language is it in? Who knows? Maybe it's Brazilian? They speak Portuguese in Brazil? Anyway, and those are also using the standard English alphabet, I'm pretty sure. What else have we got here? It looks like 2 more things. Exceliver. Is that medicine? What's it say on the label? Axelavir. Exceliver. Exceliver? Wait, didn't Luna say something about, Exceliver? You're right! This is it! This is Exceliver! It's the cure to Radical 6! Whoa, hold on! Let me see that! Later. We need to get out of here as quick as possible. Yeah, we need to get this stuff to Quark. First, we've got to get out of this room. But, yeah, that's easy. Easy. You got it, right? You got it? Okay. Yeah, let's go. Key. Lock for the door. Right now it says lock. You guys ready? Yeah, let's do it. Just get it over with. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. You found it! Master of Escapology is what the achievement I just got.
You've done a bunch
Hey,
of
hold on a
escape
minute.
rooms.
There's something... Nah, I guess there's a couple of things I want to double check. Well, one of them's not really significant, I guess.
Huh?
First off, this machine. We didn't even end up using this thing, did we?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what it was.
Well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer that. Look at the side here. There's a name or something. IG replicator.
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
So it's like a copy machine.
Yeah, probably copies IG, whatever that is.
Any ideas?
Who knows? Ice cream by the gallon?
No. Of course! This machine must be here so we can just make all the ice cream we want. Are you nuts? You're one idiotic girl, you know that? In other words, an IG.
Oh, good one.
Hey,
The puns are
this
rolling
isn't a
off
time for
today.
stupid jokes. There's a helpless child back there in the infirmary who needs our help.
You actually care about him, Dio? He was right, of course. I hung my head in shame.
At any rate, as long as we don't know what IG means, we can't do anything with this machine, right?
That's right.
Makes sense. On to the second issue. Sigma, you found a journal and some sort of vial in the safe, right?
Yeah.
The vial. Could you show it to me again?
No.
I
Why?
didn't really get a good look at it before.
You don't need to.
You guys were in there so close I could barely see it.
You don't need to. I don't want you stealing
Is
it.
it really Excelavir?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. As I spoke, I pulled the vial out of my pocket. See, it's written right here on the label. Excelavir.
You really are an idiot.
Yeah, he really is an idiot.
Although I guess in this case the G in IG stands for guy.
What I don't... The words were barely out of my mouth when he moved. Before I could blink, the vial disappeared from my hand. Hey, what gives?
What are you doing?
Dio slipped the vial into his coat.
Oh, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. I'll even give it back to you later.
No, not later. Give it back to me now.
I don't think so. If you want it back, you're gonna have to listen to my request.
Request?
Yeah, that's what I said. If you want this back, in the next AB game, you have to choose ally.
Ally? Wait, is that why you took the medicine to blackmail
That's
me?
horrible. You're using Quark's life as leverage.
Well, I've got some really good reasons to do so. I'll be happy to give it back if you just do what I say.
Or we could get Kay to tackle you.
Then break the vial?
Kay could peacefully tackle him.
Those are opposites.
You know, like pick him up like a child, underneath the arms. Bear hug him. I don't know. I didn't realize until they started to hurt that I curled my hands into fists. If Dio would only give me an opening.
I wouldn't try and take it back by force if I were you. You make any sudden moves and I'll smash it.
Oh, he's gonna smash it. Never mind. He patted his pocket gently.
Oh, and one more thing. Don't tell those other idiots that you found some Excelavir in here. I hear one word about it, and the next thing you hear will be little bits of glass shattering on the floor.
That's not fair.
This game isn't about compassion. It's not about being clever. It's about one thing. How well you can manipulate people to your advantage. How unfair you can be.
That is called being clever, you idiot.
Could be clever and still be moral.
Well, yeah, but still. He's just being clever and unmoral.
This is why we hate Dio.
This is why we hate Dio.
So, what are you gonna do? Ready to promise me you'll pick ally?
Fine. I promise.
Sigma!
I knew you'd say it eventually. I'm glad you understand how this works, but don't think about trying anything funny. Break your promise and, well, you know what happens. See you chumps later. I'm really looking forward to the next round.
With one last self-satisfied chuckle, Dio strutted out of the room.
Are you really going to do what he says?
Yeah.
Sigma, you've only got one BP right now.
Oh! I forgot about that.
If we choose ally and he chooses betray,
Really? Is he just gonna choose ally? No way. Yeah, because everyone would hate him if he just killed Sigma. I know. I'll drop to -1, and that means I'll get
But
penalized.
that means...
Look, it's not like I want to, alright? If we don't do what he says, then he'll destroy the medicine. If he does that, then Quark will...
So you're going to die to save his life? That's... Why would you do that?
In all honesty, I was terrified. My choice was far from foregone conclusion. Well, we should get back to the upper floor. Everybody's probably finished already. I bet they're waiting for us. I didn't want wait for Clover's response. Dio was smarter than that. You wouldn't just kill Sigma.
Dio has 6 BP.
No, he could just kill Sigma. Great.
Angst.
Because he knows because I bet you if he were to kill Sigma, everyone would be trying to just murder him instead. Especially Kay. Well, Phi too, probably.
Her big kicks.
Clover too. Clover would definitely. She has the capacity for murder. This time it would it would turn out for good.
Strange sense to
An
say so
ambidex
casually.
gate has
She has the
been
capacity
opened.
for murder.
45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Sorry, I went ahead and cracked it open a bit early.
Dio. In one of my hands was a moon key. He twirled it around and, like a veteran gambler, grinned and slid it back into his pocket.
You don't mind, right? I figured you and Clover would get up here right away. Besides, I thought it'd be best to get this done soon before you lose your nerve. I don't know about you, I'm really looking forward to the next round.
Ugh. I glanced around the warehouse. Alice and Kay were back. As well as Phi. And of course, Clover. Where's Tenmyoji and the rest
They're
of
in
them?
the infirmary.
We carried Quark to one of the beds. Tenmyoji and Luna are looking after him.
How's
I
he doing?
see.
Well, it's hard to say. He seems to be sleeping soundly, but beyond that, there's really no way to know.
No, change that, huh?
Right.
So what was your room, Sigma?
A laboratory.
Is that so?
Did it look like the kind of place where they'd be researching viruses and DNA and those kinds of things?
Yeah, it did.
Was there any of that Excelavir?
No.
Don't tell those other idiots I hear one word about.
My eyes flicked to Dio a moment. No, nothing. Beside me, Clover bit her lip.
I see.
So, how'd it go with you? Find anything interesting? I only shook her head. With a unison movement that almost looked choreographed, Alice and Kay shrugged.
Where does that leave us? We still got about 40 minutes left until voting ends.
What are you gonna do?
I'm a little curious about that lab you found. I thought I might go take a peek at it.
I'll show you the way then.
That would be wonderful.
I think I'll go have a look at the room Alice, Kay, and Tenmyoji found. Never know. Maybe you missed something. Perhaps there's some Excelavir hidden somewhere in there.
Ugh.
Then I shall take you there.
What about
He's
you
gonna
two?
pretend to find it, you gotta be kidding me.
Where are you going?
Well, I think I'll start by heading over to the infirmary to see how Quark's doing.
Then I will too.
Glad that's settled.
She nodded to Clover, and They disappeared through the magenta door. Theo and Kay followed a few footsteps behind. Okay then. Guess we should be going too. What if they find... he might not die if we find the... I forgot it. I almost said Neosporin.
Stigmine.
Neostigmine, yes. If we find the Neostigmine... he might be okay. Okay then. Guess we should be going
Hold
to...
on. Show me that journal first. Dio told me about it. He wouldn't tell me anything about the lab, except that you found a journal with, his words, some sort of bullshit language. He said you had it, so I was hoping I could take a look.
Yeah, 1 second. I dug the journal out of my pocket and handed it to Fi. She began to flip through the pages. Her eyes quickly scanned each one.
This is Latin.
Latin? You mean you can read it?
Yeah, with time and a dictionary.
So in other words, no.
Pardon me for not being able to translate a dead language on the fly. This looks like some kind of research log. It's not going to be some sort of, I took the dog for a walk today. It was nice. I can understand a little of it. Mostly conjunctions and things like that. But most of these words I've never even seen before.
Fi started to leaf through the book again as she spoke. Then suddenly she stopped.
Wait. I can read this one. Page 216. This isn't research notes. It looks like a personal entry.
Well, what's
Don't
it say?
rush me. This is gonna take a minute. Interesting. Alright, I think I got it. It looks like they're talking about Radical 6.
What? Why are they talking
Not
about
sure.
that?
Let me read it to you. Keep in mind I'm paraphrasing.
When the body is infected with Radical 6, the processing speed of the brain is reduced. Oh, we already got this. If we assume the brain, yeah. Basically, it's talking about how inside everything speeds up, outside everything still remains the same. And it's called Radical 6 because the root of the time that it speed up is 6. And they also have a powerful urge to do the thing if they're infected with it. One theory holds that disparity in time, whatever causes the infected invariably, that's what research suggests that the targeted antiviral could kill, Seems our best hope now is to harvest antibodies. Thus, however, we've been unable to locate a suitable subject, so we have continued my efforts to discover an alternative means of treatment. Given my current rate of progress, I predict that I will have a workable treatment within a decade or two. It is my fervent hope that humanity will be able to survive that long. So my guess is that Kay's father was looking for us for he was trying to make Excalibur, basically. He was the one who made it, basically, is probably what's happening. The bodies of the dead, piled along the roads. The entire area reeks. You know what this reminds me of? You know what it's starting to remind me of? Danganronpa 1. Gonna walk outside and... You know?
Yes, I recognize there's similarities. How that comes to...
Yeah. Yeah, we already read this. Why does it give me something that I'm about to read in secrets? It's very strange. Their survival is the only hope that remains. Let the future be a bright one. Hope, 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 hope. Whoa, that's a lot of information. And how we know what the virus does to you, though. If you get infected, your brain slows down by the root of 1/6. That's, what, about 40%?
That isn't the important part. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop.
Haha, she didn't say it. Yeah, you're right. That would explain why Cork was, well...
There are two other things in here that worry me. First, the part about how they haven't managed to develop a treatment for it yet. What do you make of that?
What am I supposed to make of it? Maybe they just hadn't found one when the journal was written. I mean, from what we know, there's a drug called Excelavir that cures
Exactly. But in the journal it says it might take 20 years to make something like that.
Hold on a second. I'm getting confused. When was this thing even
December
written?
29th. No year.
Well, there's no way it was written this year.
Yeah, probably not. Anyway, moving on. The second concern I have is about the underground shelters it mentions. The newspaper article said something about quarantining people too. After we read it, we all thought the same thing. What if this was one of those quarantine facilities? But this journal seems to suggest the opposite.
Yeah.
The few humans who survived the outbreak have been locked away by the government in underground shelters.
What you're trying to say is that this place might be one of those underground shelters. Which would mean we're supposed to be uninfected. We would have been thrown in here to keep us safe.
I mean, there's no way to say for sure at this point, but it seems possible.
But Quark's been infected, right?
And maybe the virus got in somehow.
That would be bad.
Just think about it for a minute. If this is one of those shelters, a lot of things start to make sense. Maybe we've been here for a long time. Like, maybe they put us to sleep somehow. Made us sleep for years, maybe even decades. While we were sleeping, the pandemic that the newspaper article talked about happened. And whoever had this journal made this entry.
And then, once the antiviral treatment was finished, they woke us up.
Right. It's all just speculation, but...
No, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it seems pretty plausible, but... we were all captured before the pandemic started, right?
Yeah.
And how would they have put us to sleep for that long? How would they have known to do that? But most importantly, why the heck are we playing this nonary game if the point of this place was to save us? Throwing a bunch of people into a game that might kill them is a pretty weird way to protect them from a pandemic. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you're right.
See?
We don't have enough information to make any real conclusions. I think we should see if we can find anything else.
Shai had barely finished speaking before she took off for the magenta door. Hey, weren't you going to the infirmary with me?
Changed my mind. You can tell me about Quark later.
And with that... she was gone. Man. I let out a long, tired sigh and started off toward the infirmary. How's he doing?
He seems to be stable, as far as I can tell.
Still sleeping.
I see. Mind if I have a look?
Please, go ahead.
I made my way around the partition to the side of Quark's bed. The journal and the thing Phi and I had talked about would definitely need to be addressed, but for the moment, the AB game was what I needed to concentrate on. Lives are at stake. Mine. And Quark's. Those infected by... yes. You don't have to keep saying it. If the journal was telling the truth, then as soon as the anesthetic wore off, Quark would go insane again. What if we weren't able to restrain him a second time? What if he managed... or perhaps he'd just get out of the infirmary and go hide somewhere. Or, on the other hand, it wasn't like we could keep anesthetizing him forever. There was only one way to save Quark, and that was with this Excelavir. Fortunately, Dio had stolen it, and we wanted to get it back. if we wanted to get back, Clover and I would have to vote ally. But if I did, there was an excellent chance I would end up dead. The question was, then, what to do? Sacrifice myself to save Quark, or keep quiet about the danger he was in to save my life? It was so faint I almost didn't hear it.
Grandpa.
He shifted a little, then fell silent again. It was enough, though. What on earth had I been thinking? How could I even consider letting a child die in my place? Suddenly my cheeks felt hot with embarrassment and disgust. That I had considered letting Quark die even for a minute was pathetic. There was only one choice. There had only ever been one choice. No way was I going to leave Quark to die. My hands tightened in a fist as I looked down at him. Any uncertainty I'd felt before was gone. I knew what I had to do.
10 minutes remain. All players, if no vote is...
Looks like it's almost time. You two should head back.
What
Not
about
going.
you?
I'm worried about Quark.
But you're a solo. If you don't vote...
I'll automatically ally. I know. I heard the voice on the intercom just like you.
What are you going to do if Kay and Alice vote betray?
Nothing, I suppose. Just means I lost that round. I'd just be voting ally anyway. You know who my opponents are, right? Alice only has one BP left. If I pick betray and they chose ally, I'd kill her. I'm not so desperate to escape that I'm gonna kill someone for it.
Yeah.
And even if I was, I can't leave Quark behind. You see? Doesn't matter if I go into the AB room or not. My vote's the same either way.
Senmyoji's mind was made up. Trying to persuade him to leave would have been pointless. Alright. Take care of Quark.
Of course. You worry about yourself.
Okay.
Let's go. Luna and I headed out of the infirmary, leaving Tenmyoji and Quark behind. Oh, when we got to the warehouse, we found everyone else waiting for us. Well, not quite everyone. One other person was missing. Hey, where's
Take a
Dio?
look at the doors.
They're all closed. When he came in here before, one on the far right was open.
And that would mean...
That he went in, I guess.
Exactly.
He always uses that one, doesn't he? Probably been worried I might try and take the Xelavir from him by force, so he'd hidden himself in the AB room. What a coward. I'd made up my mind to choose ally no matter what, but a part of me still considered trying to jump Dio if he dropped his guard. Now he'd made it so that we wouldn't get the chance to try.
Where's Tenmyoji?
Oh,
Luna explained Tenmyoji's choice.
I see. Well, I guess that means I don't have to worry about him picking betray.
right. What will you guys be choosing?
Ally, of course.
Because my BP is 6, I assume.
Yes. As long as Tenmyoji votes ally, I can't choose betray. If I do, Kay's BP will go up to 9.
But what if he forces you?
Ha ha ha. You needn't worry. I would never do something so crass.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Of course.
Then you don't need to go in there.
Excuse me?
Alice can vote by herself. Then we don't have anything to worry about, right?
Well, I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't agree to that.
Why not?
I just can't. Shall we go, Alice?
Hey, hold on a minute there.
Kay continued briskly toward the AB room as if he was simply hadn't heard Phi. Alice scrambled to follow him, perhaps concerned that he would lock her out. Kay, what the actual... Kay! Only seconds later, they disappeared into the third room from the left.
I hope Alice is going to be okay.
Well, there's nothing we can do now. If Kay told the truth, she'll be fine.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Nobody's died yet. I highly doubt Kay would really do something that crass.
Time's almost up. Come on, Luna.
Right.
They headed off at a trot toward the second room from the right, and were soon out of sight inside it. Alright, Clover, time for us to go.
Right behind you.
I sighed to myself and headed toward the leftmost AB room.
What are you gonna do?
I don't really have a choice, do I? There's only one thing I can do. I'm going to choose Ally.
Can't. You'll die.
Well, you never know. Just because Dio told us to ally doesn't necessarily mean he's going to pick
Do
Betray.
you really think a jerk like that is going to choose Ally if he doesn't have to? No. No, he's got 6 BP right now. If he picks Betray, then he'll have 9 points.
Well, what about you?
Huh?
You've got 6 BP too, right? If Dio chose ally and we chose Betray, then you'd have 9 BP.
What? No, that's not... I didn't even realize that until you brought it up. I'm just trying to tell you that Dio was going to pick Betray. That's who he is.
I'm trying to tell you that I've made up my mind. That's who I am. The only choice is ally. It's the only choice. We have to get that medicine back.
That's why Dio called you an IG. What makes you think he's going to give us the Excelavir, even if you do what he says?
And maybe he won't, but I can guarantee that he'll destroy it if I pick Betray. That's who he is.
Fine. If you aren't gonna listen to me, then I guess I don't have a choice. I'll be pushing that button.
Huh? Before I realized what was going on, Clover ducked past me and ran toward the voting machine. No! Stop! I snatched her by the arm and hauled backward with all my strength.
Ow!
So sorry. I guess that was a little too hard, huh?
Hey! What do you think you're doing? You can't just throw a girl around like that.
Well, you're the one who tricked me.
But you're gonna die! Dio's going to kill you! You can't do this!
He does always pick Betray.
I don't want you to die.
In which he picks ally.
10 seconds remain until...
Thanks. It means a lot to hear you say that, Clover. I gave her my best reassuring nod and turned to face the polling machine.
3, 2, 1.
Is there a specific choice that I should be going for?
I pick whatever. Angst!
Of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening.
Clover and I stepped out of the AB room. For several long moments, we just stared at one another. Words weren't necessary. Everything she would have tried to tell me, I could already see in her eyes. You go hug? Let's go. I turned and headed toward the results screen.
Sigma.
I heard her behind me, her voice barely louder than a whisper. The choice was already made. I stood up straight and kept walking. Oh! Kay!
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
Suddenly, all eyes were on me. I felt their weight, but stood my ground. It was the result I had expected. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I didn't have to wait long. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew that it was there. First was the anesthetic Soparil. I blinked and my vision started to blur, and when I tried to think, I felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble and I gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Hey! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Trying to open my eyelids was like trying to lift sheets of lead. My eyes had lost the ability to focus, but I could make out a blur that had to be Dio in front of the number 9 door. Dang it. You keep your promise. I groaned and, with a Herculean effort, lifted my head and then my sluggish body off the floor. Every step was a battle, and whenever I shifted my weight, my muscles threatened to give out again. But somehow I forced myself ahead, a single thought burning in my mind. I would reach Dio. Then at last. The smudge of color faded into recognizable person. I threw out my hand in front of them. Give it back. Give it me. Medicine.
Give it back. Don't act like it's yours. Aren't we supposed to share everything we find here?
I don't care. Just hand me medicine.
What are you talking about?
We found Excelivir in the
And
laboratory.
Dio stole it.
What?
You mean he has it right now?
Yeah. So?
I kept my promise. Now you. I wasn't a fool. I knew what kind of person Dio was. There was a chance he wouldn't give us back the Excelivir. If he didn't, then I'd die with my hands around his throat. I'd gather as much of my mind as I could and got ready to attack.
Fine.
Not quite what I'd been expecting.
Here.
With a shrug, he pulled the vial out of his pocket and tossed it towards me. No! I caught it and pulled the tiny glass bottle to my chest, worried I might drop it. The label was unmistakably Excelivir. It was the real thing. Over. Take it. I held it out toward her.
Right, of course.
She quickly tucked it into her pocket. Good. Now at least Quark will be alright. With that, the last of my strength left me and I dropped to my knees.
Sigma! Are you okay? Sigma! Sigma!
I guess this is it.
First is the Soparil, which put you to sleep. 9 minutes later, the tubocurarine is injected, numbing your respiratory muscles. I guess you could say it'll really take your breath away.
9 minutes. Once the Soparil was injected, I had 9 minutes until the muscle relaxing followed it. About 4 minutes had passed, which left me with 5 minutes, give or take a little. 5 minutes, I would be dead. What could I do in 5 minutes? How could I save myself? Give a raspy, quiet laugh. Even with death staring me in the face, I seemed to be determined to struggle right up until the very end. Okay, Sigma, you can do this. Clinging desperately to what little consciousness I had left, I racked my brain for any possible solutions. How could I save myself? How? There had to be something. Every problem, no matter how difficult, has a solution. There's always another option. Hopeless is a state of mind. I just had to think. Think. If there was a way out, I'd find it. I wasn't ready to give up on life yet. There had to be an answer. And the answer is gonna be
And answer is something else.
No!
Angst. See, what did I write next? Next is Annie Cyandor.
Any Cyandor. Cyandor with Alice. I'm thinking I'd like to go with Alice and take the Cyandor. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, sure.
That means Quark and I are getting paired with Luna.
I don't have a problem with that. Miss Luna's nice. That's fine with me, too. We'll take the yellow door then, right?
That means Clover and I will take the purple door with Tenmyoji.
Aw, I wanted to go with Alice.
There's something wrong with me.
Well, no, not wrong.
Okay, what is it then?
Well, you're really gonna make me say it? You're... Oh,
What? Well, I'll have you know, I'm as spry as I was when I was 20.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
We don't have time for this. We need to go.
You're getting an earful later, young lady.
yeah, whatever.
3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Finally, we're doing the crew quarters. It's just a hallway.
The door said crew quarters? People probably stayed here.
There are numbers on each of the doors. So they're room 1, room 2, room 3, etc.
I guess we might as well start by opening one of them. Cat.
Looks like we were right. This place really says someone lives here.
Yeah, there's a bed and everything.
But who would be spending the night in a place like this?
It looks too plain to be a guest room. This room probably belonged to a laborer or some kind of blue-collar worker. Guess this is where the people who worked here stayed.
But what were they working
Beats
on?
me. Why would I know that anyway? I don't know what this place is any more than you. Your guess is as good as mine.
Do you think it might be a coal mine? Or maybe they're drilling for oil or...
I don't know about that.
What do you think this hall leads
You want to
to?
go have a look?
Yeah. The locked door. Duh. No luck. Looks like it's locked.
No getting out of the hallway until we can unlock it then, I guess.
Yeah.
Looks that way.
Alright. Let's split up and have a look at all these cabins. Zero told us that there were key cards we can use to open the AV rooms. Maybe there's one hidden in here somewhere. So let's get started. With a nod, Fi and Alice both moved off and started looking. Fi headed to room 4 and Alice went to room 2. Sneak a way out. Alright, puzzle time. So many more puzzles in this game. So fun. Okay, let's see. There's a phone here. The safe is right there. There's a book, some symbols. There's a book on top of the desk. Let me see here. It's called, how do I pronounce that? Schrodinger's Cat. There's a kitty on the cover. Isn't it just precious? Oh, whoops. There it goes. Still can't help talking like a cat when I talk about a cat. Let's see what's in here. Looks like all sort of sciencey stuff. I have no idea what any of this means. Why the heck does he? What is up with the cat thing?
I don't know.
I don't think this is part of any puzzle, so I'm just gonna leave it here. Sir, you didn't leave it there. Looks like the top is made of glass. But what's the deal with the drawer, though? What's this? I don't think it's a stain. A triangle, a leaf thing, and another triangle. What's the thing on the right, though? It looks like a silhouette of a fox? So many locks? Oh my gosh. Hey, that's where they got the handcuffs from. Dang, there's handcuffs on the door. Can't open it. I think Alice is investigating. Ah, well, I don't think she'll mind if I go in. Sigma, what are you doing here? I just thought I'd come and check up on you. Oh, well, I haven't found anything interesting. Another phone. These go out, actually. Oh, yeah. No, what's this? You can't tell? It's a bed. An old cot. I know that. I'm talking about what's on it. You mean the silhouette? Yeah. Well, let's think about it. Isn't this, like, tape they put down when someone gets murdered? Oh, come on, don't say it like that. You're gonna freak me out. Afraid of the dark, too? Anyway, I look at the area near the left arm. It looks like it was torn. Yeah, and it doesn't look like a normal wear and tear either. I think someone did it on purpose. Do you think this means something then? I don't know. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. And there's some scissors. Oh, not a scissors, that's a key. There's something on top of the desk. It's a little piece of metal. Oh. Hey, there are some weird shapes in this room too. What do you mean too? Did you see something like this in the other rooms? Yeah, just like symbols on the wall. Desk, everything. Really? What could they mean? Don't know. I'll go back into the first room and take a look at the bed since I didn't open it.
There's something else in this room you can do. There's a locker in the room.
Give me a second. Oh, he put the book over here. Weirdo. Door's open here.
Locker.
I thought the locker also had a lock on it. Yeah. Probably should be checking this room out. I think I'll see how she's doing. Oh, hello, Sigma. Find anything? Not really. Oh. Oh, it's missing pieces. By the gods, I never thought I'd see one. Oh, what? You scratched off the silver part with a coin so you could see the naughty stuff. Oh my gosh. It's the ultimate interactive poster technology. What teenage boy doesn't dream of something like this? I didn't think that's what it was, but okay. The excitement, the anticipation, and finally the reveal. You look pretty excited. And, well, I guess I should investigate one of them. Dang it, it won't open. Yeah, it looks like it's locked. That thing on the door can unlock it. We just gotta figure out how.
I checked and you don't have the information for this yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Set up made it seem like you did.
Man. Not again. Again, this silhouette. But did you see it in? Yeah, I saw it just one. Torn hole in the ankle too. No, it had a hole, but it was somewhere else. Huh. Look, there's something on top of the desk. Yeah, it's a piece of metal, kind of cylindrical. Small key.
Instead of kind of cylindrical, the first thing I heard was penicillin, and I was like, oh no, my weakness.
I think something was locked in here. Oh, no, it might be for the... Well, I'll look anyways. No. Pretty sure nothing was locked in here except for the thing that needs the code. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this is for the handcuffs. Which would be... yes, goodbye handcuffs. Shouldn't have to have any more door problems now. Another phone. Bed. It's just like the other ones. It's ripped out too. Different place this time. Interesting. Oh, there's something on here. A box cutter. There's a drawer. Wait. Only one of the lockers has a keyhole.
Is this room 3?
Yes.
The locker is already unlocked.
Oh, it is.
There's the green.
Whoa, that opened really easily. I guess it wasn't locked. I think there's something in this locker. What is this? A large roll of aluminum foil. What's this? It's all shiny. Is this aluminum foil? There's so much of it. Must be kind of industrialized roll size. There's no way I could use that you'd use it in a whatever. I wonder how much there is. Maybe if I roll it out, goes, there's something printed on it. Looks like shapes and lines. Some kind of clue? I can't carry this around with me though. Maybe I can cut out the important parts. Did you like cut it out? No. Okay.
That is the cutout part.
No, I meant were the black parts cut out? That's what I was trying to see.
Keep
Okay.
cutting the aluminum foil.
Interesting.
Again.
Well, I was gonna do it until the aluminum foil disappeared. Okay, both disappeared. This is all it. What do the symbols in this room look like? Whoa, they've got patterns here too, huh? There are stripes and
That's
slanted
right
lines on
idea.
the foil.
Remember how the other room had you could take off the glass on that? Yeah.
Alright, here goes the... I just gotta shut it. Locker. Thanks. It's totally what I needed. It says locker, huh? Oh, okay, that was the right one. Why?
I think that one is telling you that this one's already open. I'm not. No, it can't be that because you just confused. I'm not. It's probably part of.
Well, I guess I'll go put the other ones in. Alright. Just gotta shut it. Thanks, I really needed that. The images on the wall reflected onto the aluminum, which is acting like a mirror. Both of the images are overlaid. It looks like this circle and star and diamond are in a triangle. Huh. What does that mean?
That is for the locker in this room.
Up, down, up, down. I don't actually know.
Circle, star, diamond, triangle.
The star, diamond, triangle, but... Dang, it's locked. Probably need a key.
We need a key to activate that.
Oh wait, is this... yeah. $4985. Interesting. It's locked. I see. Told you so. It's a panel.
How this works is if you were to press the top left button, 6 plus 2 will
Okay.
give you the number 8.
That's what I was thinking. Or... how do I get 9?
Rolling. What room number is this? This is room 2.
2.
9 is 6 plus 3.
Oh. Duh. I didn't see
Left
that.
middle.
Dang, that was the simplest thing. And I just like, my brain said, it's a piece of cake. Wow, good job. That was pretty impressive. Something in there. Cassette tape. Small cassette tape. Thanks. I wonder if there's anything recorded on it. Three, 4, 7, 2. Okay. 3, 4, 7, 2. Oh, good job. You opened it. Yeah, I'm pretty great. Looks like there's something in there. Yeah, check it out, a wallet. You probably shouldn't get your hopes up. Why not? It's just a feeling. Fine, whatever. I'm not gonna let that bring me down. Let's see what's in here. Probably a coin of some kind. What the heck? What's it? What is it? There's only one coin in here. It's not even real money. It's just a toy coin. See, didn't I tell you? Dang. know, I thought he'd be at least happy since he got to do this. Alright, it's time to meet your doom. Let's do this. Yeah. Dang, you're really excited, yeah. Hey, don't misunderstand me. I'm just really anxious to find a clue in there, aren't you? You want to let me do it then? I'm sorry. Please just let me have this. Then get on with it. Search for hints on the poster. Click and drag across the areas of interest. Scratch them. Click the green triangle on the left to move your view up and down. Let's get started.
Immediately. Just immediately went for the boobs.
No, I just went for the top left, dude. Because I knew she was going to be wearing a bathing suit. I've seen the poster before, you know? It's not like we haven't been in this room. Oh, interesting. I see now. Was it on the legs or was it on the lower legs? Yeah, okay. Oh. I look away for 1 second and you scratched it all off, yeah. I noticed some things that might be clues, so I kept going. You mean these marks on our arms and legs? Yeah. There are 4 of them. A star, a circle, a diamond, and a triangle. Hey, what are you doing? You've already scratched it all off. No, I'm not done yet! The blue part still needs to go! Sigma, I don't think that part's going to come off no matter how hard you scrape. What an idiot. Okay,
Little star, diamond, triangle.
yeah. I'm just gonna take a picture of it. Okay, now we can go back to the other room. Or room, Wayne.
Still have the cassette tape.
Hmm?
You still have the cassette tape.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna try and open this locker.
You need a key to activate the locker.
Oh, I do. This is the part where the tape goes. Looks like this metal is open. Obviously, I guess it's... Well, whatever. I can't get to it right now. I need to get that lid open. It's reflected on the mirror. That's interesting. Why?
Wasn't there a phone in the other room?
Mm-hmm.
Try it in that one.
I didn't look at the phone yet. So, yes, let me go look at the phone. Is there a phone in room 3? Yes. Phone. There's a spot where I can fit a small cassette tape. But the lid's open, so if the lid's open, then maybe I could put the cassette in. All I have to do is close the lid. Alright, I've put the tape in. Now what do I do here? I want to hear what's on it. Like cassette tape. I don't know how this works.
The phone?
I did.
Oh, go back to the other room.
It's funny that it expects me to know how these work. I don't. The phone. Is it connected? Phone. What?
Are there phones in rooms 2 and 4?
I don't think so. An old phone. And pretty gnarly. We're talking old. Who the heck's is gnarly anymore? Shut it. Fine. Have you tried calling it anywhere? Of course I tried every number I could think of as soon as I found it. Did it work? No. Which makes sense, I suppose. Why would someone trap us here and let us make phone calls to the outside world? I don't think it's connected to the actual phone grid, so I can only make internal calls, is what you're saying. An old-fashioned phone. This is getting really annoying. Oh, we'll figure it out at some point.
Comes to it, I can also just give you the number to input.
Supposed to put in a number? Well then.
Right.
That's the wrong one. Well, I need to be in this room.
You're on one phone, yep. Just use the phone.
But it's not this?
Let's try for using the phone.
Where should I call next?
The buttons at the top to call rooms 2 and 4.
Just thought it would be funny. Who is this? Oh hey Alice. So, you are there. Sigma, is that you? Yeah. Where are you calling from? Room 1. That's right next door. Why did you call me? You could just walk. Wait a minute. What's wrong? There's something on display. It says 25 asterisk. Oh, it says 25 asterisk. Oh, okay. Do you think it's a clue? Well, I'm going to look around this room a little more. I'll see you later. Who's this? Just me. Better than justice, I suppose. Really? You can do better than that. I'm hanging up. Come on, wait. What do you want? And where are you calling from? Room 1? I guess you have some kind of internal line? Seems like it. So, what's it to... Huh? Oh, what's this? Agricola 9-2. What?
I'm looking that up.
2592. I didn't know you were into German-style board games, farming simulations. Whoops, I mean asterisk 92. How on earth would you get those two mixed up? That's why it's set what it says on the phone's display. 92. Okay, 2592. Maybe it's a clue. Anyway, I'm going to get back to searching this room. Call me if you find anything.
Now enter 2592.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Congratulations! That voice. Looks like you found the answer. The number you just entered is the number for the phone in the third room. The buttons here on top of the phone are just shortcuts. That means all the other phones have actual numbers too. Though I guess that's not really important. Anyway, you're calling room 3 right now. Room 3? Then that means, since you're so clever, I'm sure you figured it out by now. But yes, you're right. I'm speaking to you from a pre-recorded tape. So you can grass me all you want. Ask all the questions you like, but I won't be able to answer them. I'm afraid this little talk is going to be a bit one-sided. Ugh. And then again, I'm going to be a very little talk. Going to be a very little talk? It's going to be a very little talk. Because I only have one thing to tell you. Have a look at the left screen above the phone. The answer you're looking for is hidden there. Oh, what answer, you ask? Oh, well, I can't hop you on that one. Bye. Have a nice trace. Left. Oh. There we are. 2652. Alright, there's another 4-digit number. What am I supposed to do with this? I guess I need to enter it somewhere.
Enter that in room 3's phone.
2652.
Yes.
Doesn't want me to.
Then it's one that has the pin in it.
That was room 1, dude.
Sorry, room 1.
Let's see if this will do anything. Hey, it opened. There's some kind of pin here. Let's see. I already got that pin, so I can close the lid. There's a keyhole on top of the panel. I think a pin might fit in here. There we go! Huh?
Before you enter the code,
What is that noise?
you have
Maybe.
to do the secret code first.
Okay,
Otherwise, you get kicked out of the room.
okay.
Remember how it was reflected in the phone?
Qua?
For the mirror on top of the phone? Number
Yeah,
was reflected?
there was a
You
number.
have to do the same thing for this. So instead of circle star, I'm in triangle. It's
Triangle.
diamond, circle, star, circle.
Wait, what? Oh. Triangle, diamond, star, circle, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. 6, 8, 9, 1. Let's see. 6, 8, 9, 1.
9861.
Okay. Yes, it opened. Oh, this is just like the code we saw in the ambidex room. I mean, it's a different code, of course, but it looks really similar. I think this one's supposed to go to the safe.
Now we can do it the normal way.
Which would be... One, 9, 8, 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? It's locked again. Let's see. 1, 9, 8, 6. Whoa, so this number works too. Color is different though. Huh, this one's different. Shaped a different placement. Oh. Gotta remember that. I'll be kicked out of the room. It always tells you that, and I never am.
Guide says you were to be kicked out of the room.
I don't know. Sun, moon, star. Yes, it opened. Man, what good is a victory dance when there's no one here to see it? I'm lonely. Oh well, I'll just have to look inside.
It is highly recommended to put the secret file password first into the safe, or else anyone will be kicked out of room 1 after receiving the items from the escape passwords and can't re-enter.
Okay, weird. Maybe that's for a different version of the game?
I think thank God you just put in the secret file password for the safe first, because otherwise you would have kicked out and wouldn't have been able to use it.
Oh. Okay, primary chromatic door. There's a total of 7 varieties of chromatic doors in this notary game facility. Oh, one for each of the following colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, red, green, blue, and white. Primary chromatic doors will open at a specified time. Participants can see how much time is left on the primary doors by pressing the buttons on both sides of their bracelets. Yes. Secondary chromatic door. Several conditions must be met by groups that enter the primary door in order for the secondary door to open. There must be there must be 2 pair bracelets and 1 solo bracelet. The colors of all 3 bracelets must together form either the color of the door they are trying to enter or its complementary color. That's kind of hard to remember though, so let's look at this instead. Red and blue is magenta, green and green is magenta. Green and red open yellow, blue and blue open yellow, blue and green can open cyan, and red can open cyan. EU. Stands for erotic units? Okay. EU is a system developed to measure the combination of physical, emotional, and situational attractiveness. It ranges from 0 to 20. Or 20 might be Marilyn Monroe, and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. No! Oh, this game is not aged well. Oh, that's so sad. Gilbert Gottfried's not ugly. Mm. For the curious, Danny Trejo rates 16. Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Not to be confused with competing systems of hotness or sexability, the EU system weighs a number of factors, such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Women with high EU rating have usually mastered the art of the tease. Grandpa videos, a collection of films that Tenmyoji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they still aren't really appropriate for someone Quark's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply that the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors.
I can hear you blushing.
No, I'm just trying to think of what the heck that means.
Porn.
Yeah. No, but it said they aren't explicit per se.
They're porn.
But then they would be explicit.
They aren't explicit as in like putting things to this or naughty words. Just it's
Okay. Sigma's cat problem. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he's had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He'd always loved cats, so every day he would visit the Cat Mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him a gift in exchange for giving it food to its fellow. But the magical cat said, "You can never tell anyone of your gift." The magical black cat warned. What? I could have, yeah. But if you do, you'll be cursed. I know, but I want to read what the title is because it doesn't tell you. But I forgot about that one for that one. But young Sigma was so happy of his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it. So the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterward, felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it. So he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats, and they lived happily ever after. 1. Luna and Artemis. 2.
Artemis?
Yeah.
What?
Sailor Moon?
Oh, I've not seen that.
You didn't know there was a white cat named Artemis?
Did not know that it was named Artemis.
It's also a dude. It's funny. Anyways, it's true, there's no way that happened. I guess it must have been something traumatic, but... Okay, phone. A device that converts sound into electro signals and transmit them to wires so that they can be decoded and played back on the other end. It's useful speaking to people who are far away. The invention of the telephone was generally credited to Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, but there is dispute in some circles as to whether or not this is the truth. In the game, there is a phone in one of the cabins. You can't tell outside the facility, of course, but what if you try something like 5309 or 6969? Other numbers might do other things, so give it a try.
There's a list of numbers of effects.
I want to do that. Ready of the time of your life, sweetheart? Only $24.95 a minute. That's a little too rich for my blood, thanks. What was the other one? 5304?
5309.
Oops. That. 5309? I don't actually know what this is referenced to. Yeah, hello, can I help you? Jenny? Oh. 9675309. Hey, I got your number on the wall. Huh? Jenny, I got your number. I need to make you mine. Anyways. 8675309. Anyways, so any other...
I have the list pulled up.
Oh man.
8008.
Backwards? Good. I'm gonna read that. Do you know how to read that?
It's upside down.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I was trying to read it
Gosh,
upside
he
down,
is
but...
illegible.
What?
It says, gosh, he is illegible.
He is illegible.
Hmm. Which is a reference from Olay.
A little tidbit, I physically put my laptop upside down.
Mood. It is 808008 is what you put in your calculator to get boob.
Yes, boop. What in the name of...
6724.
6724. 6724? Thank you for volunteering to join the Axis test group. Please identify whether you prefer mental or physical test battery. Warning, mental tests carry a small risk of death. What was that?
Creator of the original Zero's game, and also I imagine this one and the second one is called Axis Games. And that is the last 4 digits of their phone number.
Oh.
See, there are 2 other ones.
What about 7734? That one?
That does nothing.
Oh.
The other 2 are 3141.
The first examples appeared sometime around 9500 BC in a time known as the Egyptian Neolithic period or the New Stone Age, when stone tools shaped by polishing or grinding were becoming common. Often they took the form of gaye, with honey concealed inside, or wrapping created from ground oats, wheat, rye, or... did you ever stop?
Those are the first 4 digits of pi.
Oh.
And then they were talking about the creation of pi.
3.15.
And then the last number... Oh wait. The last number is... 0818.
Bebo! Grotesque sounds of ravenous, gruesome consumption. Vomiting. What the heck was that? What is that a reference to? You don't know?
I don't know what that is.
It doesn't say on the guide?
don't know what it's a reference to. 0818. The grotesque sounds of ravenous, gruesome consumption are heard, which causes Sigma to vomit.
Oh! Oh. Okay. Anyway.
What a reference to.
Sun, moon. Aha! Unlocking success. Wonder what's inside this time. No, wait a minute. If I look through the stuff here without telling Fi and Alice, they might be suspicious later. You took something when we weren't looking. Yeah, this is two bad sides I really don't want to get on, so I think I'll just go get them before I go through it. Well, that was easy enough. Hey, what's this? Did you open this Sigma? Yeah, who else could've? Why didn't you tell us sooner? What? Forget about it, Alice. Let's just see what's in here. What's this thing? A map. Looks like we've got a card. What? Make that 2 cards. This is one of those AB room cards. What about this book on top of the safe? Oh, it's a book about cats, but do we have time for that, right, Meow? Meow? Sorry. It's a sort of, I guess you could call it a tick. I've had it since I was young. I wish I was just kitten, but I can't control it. It's not dangerous, though. You're perfectly fine. Not dangerous. Anyway, the book's called Schrodinger's Cat. Don't you mean... Oh, he said it wrong. Oh, you've heard of it? I think it'd be harder to find someone who hasn't heard of it. For real? Do you know what it is too, Alice? Of course I do. I was just wondering why this book was here. So what is Schrodinger's Cat? It's a quantum physics book. It's a quantum physics thought experiment. The book probably discusses the principles and experiments the experiment talks about in more depth. See, Rudolf Joseph Alexander Schrödinger was a scholar of theoretical physics in Austria. He was born in 1887 and... Wait! Is this going to be a long story? Yes, thought so. How about we talk about it later, then? I mean, we just found the key, and that'll get us out of here. You do have a point. He does. We should leave now. Alright, yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah, it pushes you out. Sigma, what are you doing? Let's get out of here.
Immediately, like, you can't go back in. Why I was like, please do this one first.
You can hear me clicking very hard because I'm just like, get it over with. You found it.
You got it.
We made our way down the hallway, and at the end, waiting for us. Hey, look, the gang's all here. What's up?
Nothing's up. We left our room, headed left.
And ended up here.
Sigma, let me see that map you found.
Oh, right. No matter which door we took, all of them led back here.
That's the same as the map we found in the lounge.
lounge.
We found something like that too. Our room was an infirmary.
That's so. We found ours in the crew quarters.
Maybe we should sit down for a bit, exchange information.
No. There's plenty of time for that after we check out this.
I can't skip it.
What the?
Nice, now he can.
Looks like we don't have a choice then. We gotta head back. Clover, how about...
Oh. Huh? Was it something about... Because we found a note. It was in the infirmary.
Yeah, we found one too. It was in the crew quarters.
So, this is the crew quarters, huh?
Just as the note said, we had no trouble getting in here.
That means we can go to the infirmary or the lounge.
Yeah, we can check out any of them.
Hey, look, Grandpa. They got a poster of a lady in here. It looks like the ones you got back home.
Oh!
This one's pretty hot. I think we're talking at least 14, maybe even 15 EU.
Well, I mean, I know what he's talking about now.
Agreed.
Quark!
I sure would like to take it home with me. Unfortunately, I don't think this is really the time for that. Let's keep moving.
Well, hold on, Grandpa? Since when were they buddies? I don't care. I've already heard
Let's
this
go,
before.
buddy.
Oh, you mean the ones you keep in the locked cabinet?
Shh! You're being too loud, Quark. You have to say these things quietly.
I can't wait to get out of here and get back to my grandpa videos. You mean the ones you keep in the locked cabinet? Oh. It hasn't been moved yet. Okay, Quark and myself each gave one card to Luna, Alice, and Tenmyoji. Then we headed into the AV rooms. There wasn't really any discussion about who'd go into each door, but Fi and I found ourselves heading toward the leftmost. Looks like everybody's already gone in. I think we should
Why are you
head in
asking
too.
me? Just hurry up and get in there.
Okay. Who are we against? We just went in with... Brain, Alice. We went in with Alice.
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes.
She's not gonna
remain
trust us. This game's got a time limit too. Wait.
Something wrong?
No, nothing. I just, there's no one
What are you
here.
talking about? Of course there isn't anyone here.
Well, yeah, I know.
Let's
I
get
just.
inside.
Yeah, right. This time he can't string it down to the last second, huh? Oh no, he definitely will. Never mind. Guess,
This looks just like the room. That screen.
come on.
Shit! The hell are you doing, you idiot?
What? I just
Did
pressed
you
the start
even
button.
read what it said? Once you press that button, it locks the door for 40 minutes. Now, thanks to your stupid ass, we're stuck in here for almost an hour.
Oh,
yes,
really?
Ugh.
Hey, hey, hey! That's the door to the AV room, silly! Now, if you'll excuse...
There was no dead lady.
Now, let's get this party started!
For example, Siggy and Fido paired up with a lab. That means
And it got
Alas's opponent, obviously, and B.O.
well, after all.
What? Don't get it? Okay then, I think that, well, it'll just have. Hush now.
30 minutes.
Anyway, don't do so. Bye-bye now. Have a nice.
Trust. Oh, well, that's different.
He has a different one each time.
Trick, trap, traitor.
They're
Trust.
just a few variations.
Oh,
He said
okay.
more than
Oh, these are a few variations. I thought it said those were the only ones. Man, what are we going to do?
About the AB game?
Yeah. Should we press ally or
Yeah,
betray?
This is really kind of an interesting game. Seems like it's based on the prisoner's dilemma.
What's that?
You've never heard of it? It's a thought experiment that uses game theory to examine why people do or don't cooperate. Let's say Apple and Banana have committed a serious crime.
Sorry, it just looked really similar art style for a second. Just, anyways. Apple
Just
and
gave
banana.
me first names I thought of. They don't mean anything. Anyway, Apple and Banana are caught by the police and sent off to separate cells far away from one another. In other words, there's no way for them to contact each other. And they're not like telepaths or something. So that's the setup. You following me?
Yeah, keep going.
So, a detective shows up. He visits each cell and tells them both exactly the same thing. Goes something like this.
You can both clam up if that's what you want. We're gonna have to put you both in the slammer for 2 years if you do. Now, if you flip on your pal over there, tell me everything. I can get your sentence reduced to 1 year. That means your buddy will serve 15, but that ain't your problem, right? Of course, if he decides to spill the beans, it goes the other way. He gets 1 year, and you get to spend 15 years eating government cheese. You're probably wondering if both of you confess. Well, I can shave off a little time for saving me trouble, but you'll still both do 10 years. So, punk, what's it gonna be? Gonna give me what I want? Or you gonna keep that trap shut? Of course, I told your partner the same thing I just told you. I wonder if you can trust him to keep the cat in the bag. No rush. Give you plenty of time to think about it.
And so that's the prisoner's
Yeah.
dilemma.
What would you do? Say you were in Apple or Banana's shoes.
Well, my erstwhile criminal associate Banana is going to keep his mouth shut, then the best choice would be spilled beans. That way I only serve 1 year. But what if he confesses too? Then the smart thing to do would do the same. After all, if he cuts a deal and I don't, then I'll spend 15 years in prison. If I confess, I can shave off 5 years of that. Yeah, then it seems like the best choice is always going to be confess.
Interesting. But you're forgetting something.
Which
that
is?
Banana will be thinking the same thing. So you'll both confess, and you'll both end up serving 10 years. Do you get it? If you both trusted each other, then neither of you would have served more than 2 years. But because you both made the decision based on your own self-interest, you're gonna spend 8 more years in prison. In other words, the logical decision leads not only to a less desirable outcome on the group level, but also a pretty shitty situation on the personal level too. You see now? The A-B game is the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, they are pretty much the same thing. If we trust Alice, we can both increase our BP by 2. But if we don't trust each other, in the long run it won't benefit either of us.
Yeah, but this is where it gets interesting. Let's say for a moment all 9 of us are on one team. Who would we be playing against?
0,
right.
of course.
So we can assume the 9 of us are fighting 0 in the AB game. If you look at it that way, what would we want to do to beat him? Just look at the point totals. Say we all picked Ally. What would our total points be?
5. Oh, well, 2 times 9 is 18, so 18 points.
Okay. Now let's say one of the pairs chooses Betray.
The pair who picked Betray would get 3 points each, so they'll have a total of 6 points. But the solo they betrayed will have 2 points subtracted, so the total gain for the game would be 4 points. The other two groups would choose Ally for that round, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they definitely expected us to want to choose Alice first, because they're giving this big, long explanation right now. So, for the other teams, you'll get 6 each, which will give you 2 times 6, which is 12. Plus 4, 15 points total.
So, what does that tell you?
If we consider all 9 of us to be on the same team, then we need to always choose Ally to get the most points. Even if one person chooses Betray, the total points we get goes down.
Exactly. In this game, if each individual acts for the benefit of the whole group, everyone benefits.
Interesting. Vi thinks Ally is a good choice this time.
But if everyone starts looking out for themselves, it'll impact the group negatively. And eventually, it'll impact them negatively too. If all of us choose Betray, then the group gets 0 points. Ultimately, nobody benefits. Not even the individual. In other words, selfish but logical decisions hurt everyone. And they hurt you.
Okay, I think I get it. What you're saying is I should pick Ally.
No.
Okay.
I mean the opposite.
What?
You're going to make the most logical choice here. The only option is Betray.
What? Why? You just explained why that was a terrible
No, I
idea.
didn't. It's not the prisoner's solution. It's the prisoner's dilemma. Even though there's an outcome where everybody's happy, the choice you'd have to make for that outcome isn't the rational one. You want to pick it, but you can't.
Interesting.
A dilemma.
I'm pretty certain Alice is gonna pick Betray.
If
So,
we choose Ally, and Alice does too, then yes, it'll be great. All 3 of us will get 2 points. That would be ideal, obviously. And it would but. Right. And if that happens, so.
20 minutes remain.
Unless we can be certain that Alice will choose Ally, we don't have a choice. We have to choose Betray. Unfortunately, we don't have any way to know that for certain. That means we have to make the rational choice. It would be great to make the right choice, but we can't.
yeah, but I'm going to. Because she might pick differently. Who knows? Hey, did you just say we're screwed? If you don't mind telling me, what do you mean by that? I'm guessing something happens if your BP hits 0. I mean, the way you said it makes it seem like something's going to happen. You know something. You do know something. What are you hiding? Yeah, you know, there's been something weird about you from the moment we met. I mean, for starters, how do you know my name?
Knock it off. This is getting old.
I don't care if it's getting ancient. This is important. I don't know you. But you seem to know me somehow. The only explanation I can think of is that makes any kind of sense is that you're working with
What about
Zero.
you?
What?
Are you working with Zero?
Me? Why would you think
You're
that?
too calm. You wake up trapped in some kind of twisted game and it doesn't even faze you. That hardly seems normal.
Okay, it didn't phase you either. Oh, come on. I could ask you the same
Don't change
thing.
the subject. We're talking about you. Maybe you actually do know me.
What? Where the heck did that come from? Look, I already told you I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, no, spoilers! I can't look at it! Wait, what?
Sigma,
Okay, I'm looking at it, never mind.
just let it go. Our time's up. This is it. Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You know we're about to die, but you still stuck with me. So, thank you, Sigma.
Interesting.
Goodbye.
Aww. Is that her ending? Ah! Well, thank you for the spoiler!
What spoiler?
Oh, not a spoiler, never mind. Something blew up. What the heck? Were they reincarnated? Huh. What was that?
What's wrong?
I saw...
Saw what?
The explosion.
Explosion?
I think there's a bomb somewhere in this building. I'm not sure. It sounded like it was on a timer. You and I were trying to stop it, but we couldn't do anything, and
Whoa! Sigma! Calm down! What are you talking about? What is it now?
My head.
It hurts?
Yeah.
You know, you said it hurt when you first woke up in the AB room, too.
It didn't just hurt. It felt like it was going to explode.
Are you alright?
I think
Maybe
so.
you should rest a little.
Yeah, maybe I could just lay my head on your lap.
Of course. I shouldn't have worried.
Anyways, Vi and I spent the rest of the time until the door opened in silence. The AB game was forgotten as I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. We didn't even vote? Had it been real in any way? Or was it just a hallucination? Brought on by stress, or maybe some strange drug they dosed me with while I was out? Dad seemed real, though. Was it a premonition? I had to stifle a bark of laughter at the thought. Seeing the future, that was some crappy sci-fi novel. This was real life. Things like that didn't happen. Yeah, you were seeing the past. Anyways, I was just tired. The stress of the notary game was probably getting... Hi! Hi, humans, yes! Except I'm not a human. Ha ha ha. It's Nick. I was tired and I was emotional. A hallucination was strange, but really it was perfectly understandable. But what if I wasn't losing it? What if I was fine? What if it hadn't been a hallucination? I sat there for what felt like hours, my mind running in circles. Ah, yes, how do you all, peoples of non-human origin? Yes.
I'm human.
Doing
What are you talking
fine.
about? Can't believe you would discriminate against humans like that.
Yeah, but I said I'm not human.
Can be two different species.
I sat there for what felt like hours, my mind running in circles. Anyways.
Five minutes remain. All players, if no vote is...
Oh, what the heck was
Do you need
that?
a translator? If you don't vote fast enough, then it'll set your vote to ally. Make sense? Or do I need to use smaller words?
So if you pick ally, then you don't even really need to go into the AB room. Nick says
I guess
sorry.
not. We're already in here, though. So we might as well figure out what we're gonna do. What's it gonna be, Sigma? Ally? Or
Oh, why are you even asking? You made it pretty clear that we should choose
I didn't
betray.
say should. I just said we didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, that's the same
Completely.
thing.
The former is an active opinion. The latter is just passive information.
Whatever, you still want to betray, right? Then why did you ask me? So we can never really we never really finished our conversation from earlier. You have a cat, yeah. You said we'd be screwed if our BP dropped to 1. What did you mean by that? If something is going to happen if our BP hits 0 or something?
We die.
What?
If our BP drops to 0, we die. The needles
this
in our
skippable?
bracelets activate.
Are you sure? How the heck did you know that? Zero never said
I
anything
don't
about it.
know. I swear, I don't. I know somehow. There's just this feeling I've got. Like, that's what'll happen.
Oh, come on, that again? You fed me the same line when I asked you why you knew my name. How can you know all these things when there's no way on Earth? Wait, did you see
What?
it? What? Did you have sort of, I don't know, premonition?
What? What the hell are you talking about? You sounded like a crazy person the first time, too.
Then you haven't.
Seriously, Sigma, are you okay? I think there's something wrong with you.
This was wrong. Fi was supposed to be... Well, Fi was supposed to be acting strange, not me. Instead, here she was, asking if I was okay, but... What if it wasn't just her? What if I was losing it too? I groaned. My head felt awful. It was like someone had thrown my brain in a food processor and hit puree.
1 minute remains.
Hey, it's almost time. What are you gonna pick?
Twice.
What?
If you want the, I just looked it up. If you want the ending you saw the premonition of, you hit betray twice.
Really?
Yes.
If you aren't going to do it, then
No, I'm fine. I'll do
You're
it.
gonna choose betray, right?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Alright, take it away.
30 seconds remain until Ambidex game.
Okay, you go do your homework.
You're amazing as well.
Yes, you are. No, you! Anyways.
You are.
I stood in
You're
front of the
breathtaking.
selection screen and took a deep breath. This was it. I ran over my options one last time. There was only one possible choice. Betray. I'm pretty sure this might come out as her
Round
doing
1
ally, but
of
whatever.
the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the
This
warehouse.
is one where it changes depending on what you pick.
Oh,
pick
interesting.
ally, she picks betray.
For
And
your
if
participation.
you pick betray, she picks ally.
Aww.
Ambidex
And
gates.
if you do ally first and then hit betray, then Sigma goes up to her and is like, "What the fuck? You chose betray." And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You chose betray. You asshole."
Wait, what? Okay, I really want to. Right after seeing this, I really, really want to do that. I really want to see that.
It'll flip the other way now that we've done betray first.
Yeah, I did the right thing,
What do you
right?
mean?
You know what I mean. You were right there. You watched me choose betray.
Well, what choice did you have? That's the kind of game.
Yo, Siggy!
Why does it make me listen to this every time?
Let's go. We'll find out if you.
Final!
Good. Looks like let's get Ambidextra.
If everybody would.
Whoa! Dio! Excuse me?
Dio have the huff from Luna?
Whoa.
Don't remember this happening.
He
Must
chose
have been
ally.
from chance.
Interesting.
Here are the results from your game. Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
Now she's gonna yell at us. Oh, she smacked us twice.
Slapped you.
Ouch.
Huh? That was quite a smack.
Oh, she smacked both of us.
What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you realize what you've done?
Of course.
I chose
Hence the
betray,
slaps.
right?
Come on now, I think once was enough.
1,000 times wouldn't be enough. I don't think you understand just how bad this is.
I'm
This
sorry.
isn't the kind of thing you can just apologize for.
Wow, she got really angry at us. Then what am I supposed to do?
You even asking that question is insane. How stupid are you?
Alice, why did you choose ally?
Can
you even hear yourself? It's almost like you're saying I'm the idiot for choosing Ally.
We didn't say that.
Haven't you ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma?
We
Then
have.
Why, for fuck's sake, did you choose Betray? We all get out of here quickest if everyone chooses Ally. Any idiot can see that.
Well, you're the idiot doing the other round who doesn't do that, apparently.
So
The other round, she's like,
Why
the
did
only
you-
sane option is to pick Betray.
I'm sorry. Really, I feel
Forget
terrible,
it.
so...
I'm never going to trust you or Phi again. You'll pay for this.
Alice stormed off. She threw one last hurt, scornful look over her shoulder as she left, and it stabbed me right through the heart. Oh! Oh, one of the other teams seemed to be dealing with a similar issue. Okay, now, before that...
Hey,
What the heck? Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I was. And yeah, I did. I chose, and that's why I chose Ally. You told me that unless we were sure Alice would choose Ally, we should vote Betray. That means if we do know Alice and is going to pick Ally, then
so
we
you're
can't
sure
too.
you know what she voted?
Yeah, I guarantee Alice
How
chose
do you know
Ally.
that?
I guess you could say I
Are you
just
making
know.
fun of me?
Maybe.
Hey, we're about.
And it turns out to be wrong. That's so funny.
We'll find out
And
if
then
you...
he's like, what? And then we can go and repick Betray and see how they freak out again.
Good. Looks like you're all here.
Finally, let's get ready to.
If ever...
Really?
And Quark must have gone up and hit it really quick before Geo had a chance.
Here are the results now.
Hey, Alice! What the heck is this?
Excuse me? I just made the most rational choice. The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose Betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot.
But last time you chose Ally for this round, so I was sure that's why I... You know why?
Wait a minute. Last time? What on earth are you talking about?
I thought you said you were sure. Thanks to you, now our BP is down to 1.
I take it Sigma was the one who made the decision?
Yeah.
Is that so? Well, he must be awfully naive. Who bets on a complete stranger like that?
I agree.
Gosh dang it. I saw my jaw and stomped away from Alice and Phi, my hands balled into fists. Oh, but my throat was tight and my eyes stung. Why? Why hadn't she done it?
Now go back and take choice and pick Betray. I really hope it plays the part where they're both furious, because that bit is so funny. Please don't just give us the same text, give us the alt text.
Well, you
Just the
chose, I
alt
guess
text,
I should say.
please.
So, thanks.
Oh, come on. You don't need to do that. I just made the obvious
Obvious?
choice. Well, I'm sure Alice chose Betray.
Yes,
That meant
it's
we
gonna
were
give us
pretty
the alt
sure
text. It's gonna give us the alt
choose
text.
Betray,
You
right?
know what she's going to choose.
I guess you could say I just
Are you
know.
making fun of me?
Maybe.
You sick. Hey, we're about.
Let's go. We'll find out.
It's so fucking funny.
Man, how does Alice defy the laws of timelines?
I love this part so much.
Looks like you're
It's
all
so
here.
Hey, Alice! What the heck is this? You chose Betray last time? So I chose Betray too. Now
Wait a
why?
minute. Last time? What on earth are you talking about?
Can you tell me one thing? When exactly did you press the button?
5 minutes before the deadline. There's that announcement, right? I pressed it right after that. Why?
What? No, that can't... What's going on? When Fi and I chose Ally, Alice picked Betray.
I just made the most rational choice. The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose Betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise, an idiot.
But this time I chose Betray and her vote changed to Ally. Why? What was this different? Did history somehow change because of my choice? No, that was insane. If Alice had somehow known I had chosen Betray and chosen Ally in response, at least that would have followed the principle of cause and effect, but what had just happened was something entirely different. There was no way Alice could have known what we would choose when she made her decision. Besides, if she had known we intended to betray her, there was no way she would choose Ally. In other words, she must have made her decision without any knowledge of ours. Let's say we're talking about a game of rock, paper, scissors. I throw out a rock. Right after Alice would throw down paper. Obviously I lose, so I would go back in time and decide to whip out the scissors this time. This time Alice chooses rock. I lose again, but that's fine, because it still makes sense. My actions in the past caused Alice actions in the future easy. But what had just happened to the AP game wasn't like that. Let's go back to what that innocent game of rock, paper, scissors. This time, Alice is the one who threw out her hand first. But in this situation, there's no way for me to know what it is. So I decide to go with rock. Now Alice's choice is revealed. Turns out she went with paper. Dang it, I lose, and I'm so pissed off. So once again, I go back in time and try again to change history and erase my loss. What will I choose this time? That's not even a question. Scissors, obviously. After all, last time Alice went with paper. Here's the important part. When I make this choice, Alice has already made her choice. So, sure of my victory, I throw out a pair of scissors, but... what the heck? My rage would be white hot. How could this have happened? Why? Alice's hand had been paper before. How did it change to rock? Obviously, there was no cause and effect here. Since Alice's choice was in the past, and mine was in the future, how could that even happen? How could the future influence the past? But... well, because she's both at the same time, isn't she? I don't know. She's kind of a time paradox as well. It wasn't theoretical now. This had actually happened. What?
Schrodinger's rock, paper, scissors.
Schrodinger's rock, paper, scissors. What the heck is going on? No, wait. Oh, why the heck was I talking so casually about going back in time? That kind of stuff doesn't happen in real life. Right, of course. Time travel is impossible. There's absolutely positively no way to travel through time. But if that's true...
The best way to minimize risk, anyone who thinks I'm an idiot. Hey, did you have a stroke or something?
Sorry.
Besides, why do I have to answer your questions? I should be the one yelling at you. Because of you two, I've only got one BP left.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. What in God's name is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Really, I seriously feel terrible about this.
Forget it. I'm never going to trust you or Fi again. You'll pay for this.
Alice stormed off. She threw one last hurt, scornful look over her shoulder as she left, and it stabbed me right through the heart. One of the other teams seemed to be dealing with a similar issue.
I really don't know what I can say. We had no idea you would choose Ally.
No way I'd choose Betray. I'm with Clover on the other side.
What? What do you mean?
Do you have an interest in Clover?
No.
What? No, that's not...
What is it then?
Well,
You'd have to be crazy to pick Ally. The only way it'd make any sense to do that is if you really, really trusted the other person.
So you're saying you don't trust me then?
Duh! Are you senile? Why the hell would I trust some old geezer I just met a few hours ago?
Ah, I see. Say no more. Didn't think it'd hurt this much.
Aww.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? You're starting to get kind of creepy.
Creepy, huh? I understand. I guess I just haven't had enough time to earn your trust.
I suppose you could say that. I just didn't really expect you to be so nice about it.
Well, looks like those guys managed to get through this all right. Figure that means the fault here's gotta be mine.
Huh? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't worry about it. We only did what anybody else would do, right, Mr. Dio?
Yeah, exactly.
What the heck, Dio? Dio, Cork, and Luna, on the other hand, seem to have resolved things amicably by all choosing Ally. Amicably, sorry. No doubt we were all wishing we'd done the same. Amicably. But why had Dio sounded so awkward? What had happened in his AV room? Only Dio and Cork knew for sure. Interesting.
Zero, when does the next round start?
Blah 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 blah. It did change. I'm yellow now.
So am I.
Me too. It looks like the color wasn't the only thing that changed.
Oh, okay, I'm partners with
What do you
Luna.
mean?
Well, it looks like our groups have changed too. I was a solo last round, but now it says pair.
Wait, really? Mine still says solo.
It looks like Luna and I both changed. Although I've gone from solo to pair.
I'm the opposite. Mine went from pair to solo.
No change here. Still a pair. I guess this must be... Are you two magenta too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Quark, Clover, and I are cyan.
I think Mr. K and I are pairs. And Miss Clover is a solo?
Looks like it.
When did they change?
Back when.
Ah, yes, we're skipping everything. Skip. Why is this happening to me? I spent a few minutes wallowing in my misery, and I figured I deserved at least a little self-pity. But even I know brooding and... Seriously? I shook my head and cleared it. Okay, where are we going? We went into the crew quarters first, so we can, I don't know, go into the infirmary. So, this is the infirmary, huh?
What are you doing here?
Still mad, huh?
Obviously.
Come on now, you don't have to get your panties in a bunch.
That's easy for you to say, Dio. You're sitting pretty at 5 BP. Tenioji and I only have 1. You do understand what that means, don't you?
That's no reason to take your anger out on people.
Tenmyoji, you're one to talk.
You won't get your BP back by being a jerk to him.
What's this? You're gonna take his side? I thought you, of all people, would agree with me.
I do.
No, you don't. You don't get it. Why would you care? You've got, what, maybe 5 years left? Maybe less? I'm not like you. I'm still young. I want to live a long life.
Pretty sure you live forever, don't you, Alice?
There's so many things I still want to do.
Like what?
Well, let's see. I want to wear lots of gorgeous clothes. I want to eat tons of delicious food. And fall in love.
What an idiot.
Excuse me?
And I was going to take your side, but after that load of horse shit, you're on your own.
Ugh. Look. I'm frustrated, but there really is something important I have to do.
Which is?
Avenge my father's murder. That's what I have to do.
But what happened to him? Could you elaborate on that?
No, I couldn't. This isn't the kind of thing I should be telling people I don't even know.
Fine. Just tell me one thing. Does your father's murder have anything to do with us being trapped here?
I have no idea. As to why you're here, your guess is as good as mine. But it's possible that his death is connected to my abduction.
Meaning?
I was on their trail. I was tracking down the people who killed him.
How close were you?
I can't say. But it's possible that I was getting close enough that they decided something had to be done with me.
Are you a detective?
Well, I wouldn't really say I'm a detective. Not a bad guess, though. Why are you guys looking at me like that?
Oh, well, I mean, you don't really have the detective look.
I didn't say I was a detective.
Then what are you?
No.
CIA? Fine. Well, whatever you are, you don't look like one.
That's fine. In my line of work, the less I look like what I am, the better. The better I keep them guessing.
Hey, what's the deal with you and Clover?
What's she got to do with anything?
Well, you know each other, right? I was thinking maybe you were related or worked together or something.
No, she has nothing to do with my work. She's just a friend that I met somewhere.
Where's
in the
somewhere?
middle of a desert.
A desert?
Yes, but that's an awfully long story. Wait, hold on. Why am I the only person getting the 3rd degree? That doesn't seem fair to me. How about you guys give up a little personal information, too? We'll start with you, Tenmyoji. Who are you?
Just a garbage collector.
Any ties to Zero?
None.
What's your relationship with Quark? You two know each other, right?
Do I have to answer that?
Well, if you really don't want to, it's not like I can force you.
No. And I apologize, but I don't have anything to say about that subject. I mean, it's not like you told us everything either.
I see. Very well, then. Dio, it's your turn. What's your profession?
Well, you're probably gonna think I'm full of shit, but I'm a circus ringleader.
You look like one, you big idiot. A ringleader?
You're kidding.
Nope. I'm the real deal.
I doubt it.
I lead a company of about 50 people. We travel all over the world. It was my grandfather's grandfather who founded it, but my father died at a young age. I'm a 5th generation ringleader. My old man was a trapeze artist. He tried to do this quadruple flip and missed. Well, I guess he wasn't really young. He was about 40. Still, he was pretty reckless for a guy that age. Always talking about how he couldn't let the kids show him up. Guess he just took it too far.
I see. You lost your father too, then.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a huge lie. Gross.
Shit. Guess I got a little sappy there. Anyway, point is, I don't have any damn idea how I'm connected to Zero. I got grabbed on the last night of one of our tour stops. I'd gone out to a couple bars and gotten shit-faced. On my way back to the caravan, this black van pulls up. Somebody grabs me and throws me inside. Before I can even get a look at them, they hit me with that gas and I'm out like a light. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in the AB room. Anyway, enough about me. You still haven't heard your story, Sigma.
None of them used a van, Dio.
Who are you?
I told you guys the first time we met. Don't you remember? I was on my way home from school, and when I got into my car, this white gas started pouring out of everywhere.
Are you some kind of doctor?
No, I'm still working on my degree. I'm shooting for a PhD, but I'm not quite there
I guess
yet.
you've been working on that for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, I guess I have.
Can you think of anything that might connect you to any of this?
Believe me, I've thought about it, but I just keep drawing a blank.
What about Zero?
No
Do
idea.
any of the people here look familiar to you?
Nope. You're all strangers. Well, I guess I can't really say for sure about Kay since I haven't seen his face. I suppose it's possible he's someone I know. He's you, my dude.
Who is he, anyway?
He has your face. Well, he's not you, but he has your face. Don't know why. Until that amnesia clears up, I don't think we've got any way of knowing.
Oh, come on. You know he's full of shit.
He is not.
You still don't believe him?
Of course not.
Okay, well, Kay is a bit of a mystery, but what about some of the others? Clover, for instance. What does she do?
I think she's a student. At night, she's a waitress or a bartender or something.
What about Quark? Well, I guess he probably doesn't really have a job, huh? He's still in elementary school, right? Why is that funny?
It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Is he older than he looks?
Yeah, you're right. Boy his age would be in elementary school.
You really don't know much, do you? About Quark, I mean.
And if it makes you feel better, sure.
Well, I know a little about Luna. I got her talking when we were in the infirmary. She says she's got some sort of medical license or something.
She's a nurse?
It could mean she's a doctor.
I don't know. She didn't say. Just going by how she looks, though, I'd guess nurse.
I just noticed something. Okay, Dio always goes into that room that he hid the lady in. Always. He always goes into that room. When he's alone, especially. Well, he's usually alone on the second time. So, I'm pretty sure, you know, there's a low chance that anyone would notice if a dead body was right beside or behind one of those rooms. So, he could have just left her there and then hid her in the room. And then, when it got moved, it made it seem like it was Luna. That would explain why the handkerchief was outside of the room instead of inside.
That leaves us with Phi. She's the most mysterious to me. What does a girl like that do?
You've been around her the most, Sigma. She told you anything?
Look, I just don't know, alright? It's just kind of there. Like, I looked at you, and some part of my brain just said, that's Sigma.
No, nothing in particular. Yeah, she's a real mystery, alright. I honestly know as much about you as much as you do. So basically nothing. I hadn't really realized it until I said it, but I'd spent hours with Phi and yet knew nothing about her except her name, and I only had her word that even that was the truth. Who was she really? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious she seemed. Yeah. A fake detective, a waitress, a garbage collector, an elementary school kid, a nurse, and a circus ringleader. Plus 2 total mysteries. What do they all have in common? I don't think Zero would just grab a bunch of people randomly.
There's no point to talking about this. We should just focus on getting out of here.
I agree.
I'm gonna go check on the others.
Where do you plan on going?
Let's go to the crew quarters. I think I'll head to the crew quarters.
Right. Later, bro.
Okay. I headed out of the infirmary. Wow, this is the most that Dio has been, like, likable ever. Crazy. Nobody hates him currently.
Because Quark got to the button first.
Yeah.
Mom wanted me to test her
Oh,
soup and
Sigma.
it was very tasty.
Nice.
Perfect timing.
You were in the crew quarters before, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. Phi, Alice, and I went through all the rooms.
Did you find anything suspicious?
Like a secret door or something?
if I had, you really think I wouldn't have told you?
Anything else out of the ordinary, perhaps?
Out of the ordinary?
What's this
Book on
book?
cats.
Oh, that's a book meowed to
A
cats.
meowed?
Sorry. It's just the thing that happens to me ever since I was a kid. Ever since I start talking about cats, I start talking like one. It doesn't really mean anything though.
Okay.
That's weird. So what's the cat book about?
Oh, well, there's this quantum physics thought experiment called Schrodinger's cat. This book talks a meowed it.
Oh, yes, I've heard about that. A cat is put in a box with a device that has a random chance to release a poison which will kill the cat. That means the cat is both alive and dead until someone opens the box. Something like that, right? What?
Meowby. I don't really know anything about meowed it. I'm just telling you what Fi told me.
So it probably isn't gonna give us any hints then.
Or
Quark, you're doing it too.
Oops.
Well, Kay didn't start doing it. Well, what about you guys?
What do you mean?
You checked out the lounge with Clover and Tenmyoji, and Quark was in the infirmary with Dio and Luna. Anything suspicious there?
Well, this whole facility is pretty suspicious. I suppose that's not what you meant. Well, the puzzles in the lounge were lunar eclipse themed.
Lunar
Yes.
eclipse?
Apparently, there's supposed to be a lunar eclipse on December 31st, 2028. All the puzzles were related to that somehow.
Isn't that this New Year's
I
Eve?
suppose it is. Well, I can't say I know what year or even what day it is, but Clover was saying something to that effect.
Okay, what? 31st, huh? I've been knocked out at dawn on the 25th, so the 31st would be 6 days after that. Lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. What did it have to do
Just
with
looked
any
it
of
up,
this?
and apparently it's a translation thing. Quote from the book says, Sigma has a tick from a young age that causes him to speak in cat puns whenever he's talking about cats. In the Japanese version, tends to end his sentences with nya. which is
Okay.
the Japanese onomatopoeia for the equivalent of meow.
That would make sense. That's the English equivalent, is speaking in cat puns, yeah.
It's a localization thing. They changed it to puns instead of just ending with meow.
Try as I might, I couldn't think of any way an eclipse could be connected to our abductions.
What about the infirmary, Quark? Did you find anything there?
Yeah, we did find something. Just one thing though.
What
Dio
was
and
it?
Luna didn't tell you? Okay, I got it right here. Just a second.
Quark reached into his pocket and pulled out what appeared to be a newspaper clipping. My throat began to tighten as I read it. Radical 6. Is this
It
for
seems
real?
a little hard to believe.
If it really is some kind of pandemic, though, that sounds like a pretty big
Yes.
deal. There hasn't been anything on the news, though. This is the first time I've heard of the term Radical 6. Is that true, though? Was it really the first time I'd heard of it? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd heard of Radical 6 somewhere before. But where? And why? From the past.
If it is true,
Other
then
timelines.
I worry about what might be happening to the world outside. Is there a pandemic raging on the other side of these walls?
Well, I don't think there's any reason for us to get all worried about it. We should just hurry up and try to find out how to get out of here.
Quark has a point. If we want to know what's going on outside, the fastest way to find out is by going outside.
Yeah, you're right.
Mr. K and I will keep searching the cabins then. What are you gonna do?
I guess we'll go somewhere else.
And we will see you later.
Later. Stepped out of the cabin we'd been in and headed toward the small hallway. Now, where to next? There's only one other place I hadn't gone. Wow, we're all on good terms with everybody except for Alice.
Wait, quit. There's something imperative. Your next choice is to go through red or green door. You must pick the red door because the green door is the archives.
Oh, hey, Sigma.
Can I get you a seat?
Are you some kind of waitress?
What do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want? I just came here to check up on you guys. So, this is the lounge, huh? A bar, a sofa, and 3 ladies. I feel like I'm in the VIP room.
Can I get you a drink?
You better not be
I
underage.
turned 21 just the other day.
No. No, you did not. You were a high school student a year ago. I see. Well, I guess we could probably have a drink or two then. Unfortunately, as much fun as it sounds like, I don't think it's a very good idea. This isn't really a good time to be getting wasted. Oh, you know what? They probably just changed that because she would be legally allowed to drink in Japan.
In Japan, it's something like 16, I think.
Yeah. So,
And a localization thing.
why are you changing her age? Okay, whatever.
Drinking age.
She should have made a joke about how she's able to drink in Europe or Japan. Not how she's turning 21.
20.
What?
Japan is 20.
Oh. No, yeah, so that would make sense. So, because she was most likely 18, and then a year later 19, and now this is the end of the year, so she could be 20. I think. Yeah. This isn't really a good time to be getting wasted.
Really? It seems like this sort of thing is exactly what makes people want to drink in the first place.
You got a point.
Sigma.
I'm just kidding. Besides, I've got a headache. Drinking is probably not the best plan.
It hasn't gone away yet?
Well, it was fine for a while, but now I guess it's come back.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm sure if I just leave it alone, it'll go away in a bit. That's how it went before, anyway. Has this been happening to anyone else?
What? The headaches?
Uh-huh.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I did get one a bit ago. I feel fine now, though.
What about you, Luna?
You know, I think I did have a bit of a headache earlier. Not me. No headaches here. Well...
Well, what?
It's hard to explain. I just feel kind of weird. Your head feels weird? No. My body feels weird. Like my whole body.
Do you feel kind of numb? I think I've got the same thing. It's kind of like when you fall asleep on top of one of your arms, then you wake up and your arm kind of feels like it's not really yours anymore. It's not just my arm, though. My whole body feels like it's kind of numb and foreign.
I don't know. I guess it's kind of like that, but...
Oh, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I know what you mean.
Really?
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's because of the anesthetic gas.
What now?
It might have looked like white smoke. The stuff they used when they abducted you.
Oh, yeah, right.
It seems like we were unconscious for a long time, so it must have been pretty powerful stuff.
You think this might be some kind of side effect?
Well, it could be a side effect, or it could be that it just hasn't worn off completely yet.
The voice broke the silence. Luna, where's Luna? Oh, no, never
Something
mind.
horrible has happened. Please, you all have to come with me.
Okay.
What is it?
I found something horrible in room 2 in the crew quarters.
Uh-oh.
Something horrible?
Never mind. You'll understand when you see it.
Alice dead? Kay was the first in, followed by Fi, Clover, and Luna. He said nothing, just pointed under the bed. The 4 of us crouched down and followed his finger. Someone else is dead? There it was. The bomb! What the heck is this?
I think it's a bomb.
A bomb? No way.
So, thank you, Sigma.
This is the plot
Goodbye.
thread.
See, it looks like we're on the moon, dude. In
It's
space.
in a desert.
Ah,
In a desert in Nevada.
okay. I guess that would make sense. Specifically, we're in Nevada again.
Specifically Nevada, if I remember correctly.
Of course. It was the same bomb I'd seen in my vision. Then it hadn't been a hallucination. Had it actually been a premonition?
I'll go find everyone else.
No, there's no need for that. Quark is already bringing them back. We should arrive soon. You see?
Where is it? Where's the bomb?
No sooner were the words out of Kay's mouth than the rest of the fellow captives appeared. So, okay, so there wasn't one there last time. When did it get there? Because we were in the crew quarters this time, so we had pulled everything down. Who put it there? Interesting. Quark shoved the others aside and pointed to the bomb.
See? There it is! Under the bed!
For several long moments, we just stared in silence. Slowly, we began to eye one another. Old suspicions suddenly reawakened. It was Phi who finally broke the silence.
Doesn't look like it has a timed detonator. There must be a remote somewhere.
You're right. It'll probably use an active button or switch of some sort. Not a dead man switch. If we can get it, we should be safe as long as we don't press the button.
Who was the first person to find this?
It was me. I found it while Quark and I were investigating this area. We split up to collect the rest of you.
How did you know it was a bomb?
I have seen it before.
When?
I'm not sure.
Because of the amnesia?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? We don't even know if it's a real bomb. Are you gonna tell me you believe that guy who can't remember his own fucking name knows a bomb when he sees...
No. Kay is right. That's a bomb. I'm sure of it.
How do you know?
I just do, okay?
You sounded pretty sure about the switch, too. How do you know all this?
Let's just say it's an occupational hazard.
What kind of occupation do you have?
I can't tell you that.
Spare me the bullshit. This isn't time for keeping secrets.
Please. Just trust me. Look, I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm sure that's a bomb. And it's not just any kind of bomb. It's an antimatter bomb.
Antimatter?
What?
You mean a bomb that uses annihilation energy?
Oh, you know what that is? Anyway, yes, you're right.
What's Annie-Hill Nation?
I would have thought you'd know.
Huh? Why?
Well, your name is Quark. You do know what that means, right?
Yeah, Grandpa told me about it. He said it's an elementary particle, one of the smallest bits of matter, but I don't really know anything else.
I see. Can you explain it to him, Tenmyoji?
Me?
Well, you know him best. I thought you could explain it best.
Let me think. I don't know. It's hard to think of a way to explain it in simple terms.
You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Phi nodded and turned to Quark.
Okay. To begin with, we usually refer to bits of matter as particles, but there are also these things called antiparticles. For example, an electron is a particle with a negative charge. It has a sort of opposite, which is the antiparticle called the positron. It has a positive charge instead of a negative one, like the electron. So, protons have antiprotons, and neutrons have antineutrons. Antimatter is a general term that covers all the antiparticles. The thing that's interesting about antimatter is that because it's the opposite of normal matter, when they collide, they both sort of cancel each other out. When they cancel each other out, though, it releases a whole bunch of energy. That process is called annihilation. So, an antimatter bomb is a bomb that uses annihilation energy.
Sorry. don't really get it.
Oh. Alright, how about this? You've got men and women, right? They're kind of like complete opposites. What happens when you put them together? Well, if there were, quantum men and women, then when you put them together, they disappear. Because their opposite elements cancel each other out. Like when a plus cancels out a minus, you get 0. That's annihilation. But when you
Okay.
get annihilation, you also get...
I know! A baby!
No.
Exactly.
Okay, whatever.
In this case, the baby you get is the energy from the annihilation. It's not a real baby, of course, but like a baby, it's got all sorts of potential to do amazing things.
That's kind of a strange explanation.
You followed it, though, right?
Yeah!
Yeah, but that thing under the bed isn't going to be making a baby.
It's gonna be
Gonna be a
making an
bomb.
How
explosion.
big of a...
He's an explosion.
A baby's gonna be.
Just how big of an explosion are we gonna get here?
It's pretty simple, actually. Just use Einstein's E equals mc squared. The mass lost during annihilation will be converted to energy, so...
So you would take the total mass of matter and antimatter and multiply it by the speed of light squared. That should get you the amount of energy.
For example, let's say that it has 350 milligrams of antimatter. That would mean there would also be 350 milligrams of matter, right?
So you'd have 700 milligrams total.
Yes. That means annihilation would produce roughly 63 trillion joules.
63 trillion joules?
That's about as much energy as the Hiroshima bomb.
Dude.
What the... You've gotta be kidding me. But there's only 350 milligrams of stuff in there.
Well, technically it's 700 milligrams since you have the matter and the antimatter.
That's not the point. We're talking about something that weighs less than a gram being equal to a bomb that weighed like 10,000 pounds.
Don't get so excited. I think I know what kind of bomb this is. It's probably using antihydrogen. There should only be about 25 micrograms of material in there.
That's less than 1,000th of a gram. So you'd only get about 45 billion joules of energy, right?
What does that mean?
About as much explosive power as 1 ton of TNT.
A ton?
Yes. Well, approximately.
And how exactly should I not worry about that? That's enough to blow up a 10-story building!
True. But it's a lot less powerful than an atomic bomb. We don't know how big this place is. If we can get far enough away from the bomb, we might have a chance of survival.
Perhaps, but how do we know this is the only bomb?
What do you mean?
Look at it carefully. It's got a number 3. Do you see it?
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
If the bombs are numbered...
Then there could be a number 2 bomb, a number 1, and...
Yes. There's no way to know if this is the final bomb either. There could be a 4th or a 5th.
Anyway, we can't just sit here and do nothing. We should move it.
Dio stepped forward and reached for the bomb.
No! Don't touch it!
Alice grabbed Dio by the wrist and jerked him away from the bed.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Have you got a death wish or something? This bomb is here because somebody planted it. Do you really think they didn't rig it to go off if some idiot tried to move it?
Then what the fuck are we supposed to do?
We'll just have to leave it be for now, until we can find the detonator or figure out how to turn it off.
And you're telling us we should just prance off and ignore the incredibly deadly bomb that is probably gonna kill us all?
Yeah.
There's not much else we can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know how to turn it off?
Well, there is a way.
Then spill the beans, lady. How do we turn the damn thing off?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate.
So we just need to get this password.
Yes, that's right.
But there's no keyboard or anything on the bomb.
Look again. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
something like this?
I have no idea. But we can figure out when they did it.
Oh,
When
yeah?
you and I searched this room, we didn't find anything, right? So that means the bomb must have been planted after we'd left.
After we left, huh? But when we went and all checked the chromatic doors, we were all there. And after that, we've all been around other people. There's no way anyone could have snuck off and planted it.
I don't know about that. After we finished the AB game, we all split up. But if someone planted it right before then...
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Before we went off to the 3 rooms, we searched the hallway. Everybody was all split up.
Yeah, anyone could have come by here then. It would have been easy to sneak away.
You know, I don't remember seeing you around, Sigma. What were you doing?
Well, I was just kind of deep in thought, I guess. I stayed behind in the warehouse when you guys went off. Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? You don't think I planted it, do you?
I never said that.
Not out loud, you didn't. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know anything about this bomb.
Really? Back when we were in the AB room, you said you saw the moment when the bomb exploded.
That was, just a... I could hardly say premonition. If they didn't think it was the worst lie on the planet, then they'd think it was insane. Wait. This doesn't make any sense. According to Tenmyoji, one of us could have been in here. Why am I the only one who's under suspicion? Also, there's no way to know the culprit here is actually one of us. Maybe there's someone else in here, and they set up the...
Impossible.
Why?
There's no way that would get past Zero, and there's no way Zero would let anybody do something that would get in the way of the game going forward.
See, it's funny because Dio...
What?
When you say 0, you mean the AI, right?
Of course.
This is confusing. From now on, let's refer to the real Zero, which would, of course...
Okay, fine with me. Anyway, whichever one it is, they're not going to let a 10th person in. There's no way.
But what if the 10th person is Zero Senior?
I don't think it could be.
Just realized. Dang, we haven't been making much progress.
Well,
Why not?
Zero Jr. said so. He said that the real Zero was one of us.
Fine, Clover were right. There couldn't be a 10th guest, and Zero Senior was, without a doubt, one of us. But if that was the case, then could Zero Senior have planted the bomb? If not, then who had? Alice. Theo? Luna. Okay. Clover? Tenmyoji? 5. Or... Seems insane, but could it have been Quark? No. Oh, why would Zero Senior have gone to all the trouble of setting a bomb? To make this game more exciting? To make it more dangerous? No, didn't fit that well. But if that was the case, then the person who planted the bomb was someone other than Zero Senior.
Oh no, this is bad.
What is
Press
it?
the buttons on your bracelet.
Uh-oh. Ah, crap. Is this for
We've
real?
only got 4 minutes until the chromatic doors open.
Let's go then.
You're right. This bomb thing is gonna have to...
We're going for red.
Red.
Chromatic 5.
Hey, the doors are open.
We need to figure out.
Pay attention. I'm only saying, just like the.
Three.
Okay, how do we want to do
you
this?
decided the first time. Then can
Yeah?
I decide this time? I
Why
think I
you?
deserve it. I only have one BP left. Doesn't it seem like the fair thing is to let the person who's at the greatest disadvantage? Wouldn't you agree?
That means you should get to choose. I mean, you've only got one BP, right?
You've got a point. But how about we listen to what Alice wants first? So tell us, which door and which people do you want?
The green door. And I want to go with Kay and Quark.
I see.
We're not going green. We do not want green. We want anything but green. So
Cool.
We want red.
Option B, then. That means Tenmyoji and Dio will go with Clover through the blue door. Is that all right with you, Tenmyoji?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
Why? If we go through there together, that means you'll be playing against me in the next AB game. Are you really, really sure?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Matter of fact, that's why I want to go with you. You said you didn't trust me, right? Well, I'd like to change your mind. I figure this will give me the chance. I've been wanting to pair up with Alice, too. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, and that is?
We'll get to that later.
Anyway, Alice's first choice would be option B.
Yes.
What about the rest of you? Is that okay too?
I thought about it for a moment. If I went with option B, then Luna and I would go through the red door with Phi. Oh, like us going through the magenta door, huh? As far as how I felt about that, yes. Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't have any problems with it.
There were no objections.
Then we're all set. Let's go, everybody.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
We nodded quickly to one another and split up. Kay, Quark, and Alice headed toward the green door, while Tenmyoji, Dio, and Clover ran toward the blue one. My feet slapped against the hard metal of the warehouse floor with Luna and Phi, and I ran to the red chromatic door and the next stage of the nunnery game.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic.
Is this a dead end?
All three doors seem to be locked.
Yeah, looks like.
Wonder what this
like
thing
It's
is.
got a lever. Try pulling it. It might
Why
be
should I?
dangerous. Maybe it'll. Or possibly it shocks you. Who knows?
Right, then I have no choice. Did you ever think I'd say that to you, heartless monster? There's nothing on either side, is there?
What's that supposed to mean?
Ah, sorry for the confusion. I was talking about. Sigma! Shut up!
It's called dressing modestly. I'll have you know I'm a C-cup.
If you're a C-cup, then I'm packing 12 inches. We continued with that vein for some time until... Luna just opened it, huh?
What?
It sounded like you two might take a while, so I pulled the lever. Is that okay?
Only the one on the left opened.
The others are still shut tight.
Well, we should get going.
Yeah.
Yep. What? Heck?
Definitely forgot about this room until today when I was looking
Looks
up
like some kind of control room.
Yeah, I guess.
I can see a huge machine of some sort on the other side of this window. Maybe a generator?
Right. Well, let's split up and look
We
around.
need cards with a moon on.
Yeah, they're
Then
probably
let's get
somewhere in this room. Let's seek a way out. Okay. Creepy. This looks like some control panel. It's covered with screens and buttons. Test. T. Laptop. It's got something on the screen. This is the letter T. Huh. Did you see that thing plugged into the side of the laptop? Yeah? It looks like a memory stick. Huh. The screen changed. Do you think it's because you pulled that thing out? Hey, I think you can move these. Oh, you're right. It says off on the top and on the bottom. Is it doing a heartbeat? I don't like that. Looks like there are a few different books here. You know, we've got all sorts of dense technical thing and a novel? It doesn't look like there's any clues here, though. A cardboard box. It's filled with complicated machinery. Do you know what we could use it for? I don't even know what it is. Okay, and there's the box. Ah, we have a clock. Red clock. It says 11,400 seconds. Sec. Just sec. On the face. Not sure why. A compass? Compass. And a protractor. Oops. Uh-oh. I accidentally moved the volume bar. Anyways, so...
I thought my game crashed.
No. I accidentally clicked onto my stream overlay and, I moved the, my headphone audio bar so that affects what everybody hears. How loud the game is. Okay. There's another clock. The blue clock. It says 510 min on the face, but that's a long time. Oh, I can do that one. Okay, 510 divided by 60. Eight minutes. 8 hours and 50 minutes. Okay. So 850. 8.5? I don't know. And then this one is I accidentally did times. That's seconds. I need to no, I need to seconds. So I'm just gonna do seconds to minutes. I forget the equation, like which way I'm supposed to do it. Okay, 11400 is 190 minutes. Okay, yeah. 190 minutes divided by 60 is... Okay, 3.2 hours. Something like that. Don't think that helps me. Oh. Oh, maybe it does. Hmm. Already forgot what it was. 8 hours and 5 minutes, and okay. Six, 7, 8, 5, and 3. 3.166666, you know? So it would be 2, but we can't make 2. Oh no, I'll just try that. Nope. Okay, there's a small hole, and it looks like it's made with a needle. Oh, where are you thinking of putting the compass needle in that hole? Where are you thinking? Yeah, the compass isn't spread, though. I don't think you can draw a circle like that. Oh.
Examine.
Oh. That was stupid. Off, on. Oh, we start at...
On, off, off, off.
Yeah. On, off, off. On, off, off. Oh, it fell off. Sigma, what are you doing? Don't break it. Ah, no, it wasn't me. It just fell off. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Well, it's off now, so no point in crying over spilt levers. Maybe we can use it somewhere. Like where? Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. There's something else over here. What's this? It's got all these pipes. I really don't care what they're saying. 320. The lever is missing. Oh, placement. It looks like we already one step ahead. Got the lever right there. Should fit perfectly. Wait, try. There we go. Good. There we go. Okay, I don't really know what to do with that yet, though.
Can be completed with trial and error.
No. Tall screen! I don't think it's turned on. I guess I'll just do a trial and error then. Doesn't really use electricity in the conventional way, huh? Those tubes are some kind of special liquid to transmit electricity. Actually, it's pretty complicated. The simple version is that you can adjust the voltage by adjusting the flow of the liquid. So let's say you turn the rightmost lever all the way to the left. If you do that, then the liquid goes from 240 will go to the left too. Turn it all the way to the right and it goes. Give me a second. Sorry. Anyways. What if you put it in the middle? Then it'll be halved. Well, I guess that would mean the 100 stitches goes to 3, so question mark 4, question mark B, 10 stitches has to be 4. And the question mark 5 has to be in the 1 stitch 5, right? Yeah, I think so. So let me see if I've got this. We need to adjust the lever so that the liquid gives us the right numbers at the bottom. Yes, that's correct. So once you've got all the levers set, then I think you pull down the lever like this. Okay, that makes sense. And the liquid will only flow from top to bottom. The manual was very specific about it. Okay, let's do this thing. Okay, so we need
Don't need any of the levers turned to the right.
well, none of them are, so. Let me just do this math real quick. 120. Just see what this gets. Oh, it doesn't show me. Oh. Okay, these two are incorrect. There we go. Yes, I am the champion. Look. It's on. We turn the power on. Yes, I did. A tall screen. It seems to be powered, but nothing happens when I touch it. What is this thing? It's huge. I guess it would be used to analyze things. It looks like it's missing some parts, though. guess we gotta figure out the clock puzzle. Look at the space between the box on the left and the wall. There's something there. Yeah, there is. Let's go take a look. Oh, these boxes. Oh, these are the boxes we saw on the laptop screen. Okay, let's try moving them. $5962? No. Start with green, blue, yellow, magenta.
Maybe you can combine them with the scanner.
What scanner?
It said the USB scanner.
The what?
Your inventory.
It's just a USB, isn't it?
USB scanner.
Oh, I did not know that. What the?
Scanned it. Now put it in the computer.
I didn't know that's how that works. Oh hey! The screen's blue now. Yes, this is. Really? That was really easy! Oh, I gotta take it back
Now
on.
you can combine it with the test.
Oh, which one did I combine it with? Did I combine it with this? Yeah, I did. Oh, look at the screen. Aha, it changed. 7213. Which side is it on? Is it on this side? No.
There you go. Yep, I have the.
Okay. Oh, jeez. 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7.
Middle right.
2. 1. 3. Excellent.
Now we need to do the left letter.
Still don't know what it does. Huh, it looks like this would fit here. Okay, now we need to try the clock again.
It's 8 hours, 30 minutes.
Duh! I was thinking about it wrong. Thank you. Okay, wait, let me try and get the other one. Okay. so we have 8.5 hours, and then what would point 1 be?
Minutes 30, and then the red clock is 11400. So that is 3 hours 10.
Okay, 3 hours 10. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
3:10.
Sorry, so 8.5. So what gets you 8? 8 and 3 and 3 and 10?
Mm-hmm. Right. 30. And then 3:10.
Oh, I need 30. Duh, not 3. 8 and 30. 3 and 10. You did it! You unlocked it unlocked. Let's see if you can open up. What the heck?
Completely forgot this entire room existed.
I think I could put it in the rainbow colored root here. Nothing's happened. Hold on, it's
scanning.
It's moving. It looks like it's finally ready. Ready for what? Oh well. Ready for you to use this, I'm guessing. This screen? Yeah. I think whatever the secret must be really good, huh? It's making me do extra steps instead of just figuring out the puzzle a different way. Oh, it is?
This is the escape password. The secret file was the scanner on the clipboard.
Oh. I think you've got it. This machine is a CT scanner. You mean like from a hospital? Oh yeah. One of those things that can take pictures of cross sections of your brain and organs and stuff. Yeah. I can imagine things other than human bodies too. Like this root, for instance. Why are you showing me again? So what am I... Oh my gosh. So what are we seeing on the left is a slice of that root. I think so. I think it's trial and error. This is going to be the best way to figure this one out. Just start messing with it. See what happens. Shoot, I didn't read that. The bottom layer of the 8 circles has different colors. 4 of those circles are blank. Assign the appropriate number to each circle. The numbers you can use are displayed below on the cross section. You can move any numbers where they need to go by dragging them. And here goes nothing. 4/16. What is 19 divisible by?
Tricky, says the guide.
Okay, what is 19 divisible by?
It's a prime number.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it a prime number? Wait, are these all prime numbers? Nope.
12, 15, and 21 are not prime numbers.
Okay, well. Let's see, 315. 15. 100. Okay. So, oh my gosh. Should I actually try to do the math?
If you want.
Here, so that people can know what I'm doing. So, we need to get these all to, the same. So first we would want to simplify it. So 4 divided by 6 is 16. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is 4 over 1. And then 3 over 15 is 1 over 5. You know, I could get my drawing pad and this would make it much easier. 1 second. This will be entertaining. Watch Quet do math. This will be a fun learning experience. To show you that I know how to do math. Ugh. Why is it making me do math? Ugh. It's very strange. Uh-oh. Gotta move that. And my mouse clicked off. Whap. Okay. Gotta get settled back. Okay, plugging this in. Oh, wrong way. Okay. And then, we have 6 over 20, which is equal to, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so it can't go to 1, but it can go to, it's divided by 2?
6/20 is 3/10.
That's what I was gonna do. 3/10. Okay, so these are our simplified forms. So we can get this to 10, and it would be, 2/10. But we can't immediately get this to 10.
2.5/10. 2.5/10. 55%.
Oh, 1/4? Yeah, it would be. Which isn't really a proper way to do it, but, yeah. Okay, so that means this is gonna be also a 0.5. Because we need to get to 100%. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we need also a 2.5 over 10 for this one. So both of these are the same.
And yellow both add up to 25.
Yeah, 2.5. We could put this in the hundreds too, I guess. But I decided to do it in tens. Okay, so
You have everything you need.
yeah. Watch me immediately forget. You just write it down, like, on the screen.
I took a picture of it.
We need 2.5 over 10. Well, over 10, and then this one was 3 over 10. Okay. So that means, since there's a 19 here, we would want to do
Add 6 to get 25. Oh. Make
total number needs to add up to 10. So far, our fractions, if the total number is add up 100.
Oh, sorry, I need to make the 19
10. And just multiply all of the fractions by 10, and that is what each of those colors need to add up to.
Oh, I can just...
So yellow needs to add up to 25.
So we get 25 over 100, so 25.
Yes.
Okay, wait.
And
We
needs
need
to add up to
25,
20,
20, 30, and 25. 25. Nope. $25, 30, and 20. Okay. So, are we multiplying
Drag the
these?
numbers to add up to those things.
Adding up. Okay. So we need 25, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6. 12 needs to be 20, 20, no, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 28. This one needs to be 25, so that would be 10. And this one needs to be 30, so that would be 9. Yay! Fractions! We did it, y'all. We did math. Goodness gracious. Huh. I had to do some math because I was being stupid with the clock math, okay? Huh, it looks like I got it. You sure did. That's amazing. Good work. Well, would you look at that? Color changed. I wonder. Have a look, Sigma. This is This is safe, right? Yeah, safe. Where was the safe? Right there. A safe. It looks like the ones we saw in the AB room infirmary. So if we put a password in, it should open. It looks like it works this time too. The same way, not this time. Okay, anyways, control room. Star, moon, star. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Piece of cake. Swimsuit. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident, now repressed in his youth? Did he have a crush on a high school girl on the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just perv? The world may never know. This is a picture of Tenmyoji in the background, isn't it? Maybe it's a picture of us. I don't know.
Sure.
Password input device. Thanks! This device can be used in an emergency to deactivate yeah, it's a BlackBerry. To deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. Ah, there are more. It doesn't really have any official name. Sometimes it's just called designated computer terminal, and sometimes it's just input device. This device has a small QWERTY keyboard beneath the LCD display. On the top is a large black cable which can be attached to the bomb you wish to deactivate. Entering the correct password on the keyboard will stop the detonation. Antimatter reactor. In a general sense, an antimatter reactor is... You have done it. A reactor is not the homework. What have you done? It generates electricity or some other form of power. But you killed Sans without healing. Wow. From mana from
Did you do it without
matter
taking
antimatter
damage?
reactions? Oh my gosh. That would be really hard. Without any damage?
I'll do damageless Sans runs.
I know. This facility uses hydrogen and antihydrogen, the reaction power of a turbine, which generates energy and powers everything in the facility. It looks like a gigantic octopus, but it's definitely not edible no matter how you cook it. Don't tempt you. Oh my gosh.
It's like, it's just a matter of memorizing the patterns and where you're supposed to be during them.
Theoretically could. Oh my gosh. A particular type of antimatter. Normally hydrogen bombs have one proton and one Ugh. Keep stopping because I keep seeing what Nick is saying.
You aren't allowed to attempt damageless Sans until you finish your homework.
Yes, you're not allowed. But an anti-hydrogen bomb has the opposite. One antiproton and one positron. In November 2010, the European Organization for Nuclear Research issued a statement announcing that they had captured an anti-hydrogen atom. They claimed that they had gathered 38 of them, in fact, and managed to hold them in a special container for 0.2 seconds. Less than 6 months later, in June 2011, they managed to capture several more anti-hydrogen atoms and contain them for more than 1,000 seconds. Although the creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle, these results suggest that antimatter reactors could someday be possible. TNT equivalent. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. Especially explosive power is usually described by tonnage. The amount of energy 1 ton of TNT produces approximately 4.184 gigajoules. This means that an explosive device with an output of 1 megaton, generates 4.184 petajoules. TNT stands for Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, no. Ah, yes. Trinitotoluene. Trinitrotoluene. Okay, that's it. It's one of the most common explosives, which is how it came to be a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.184 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. Okay. E equals mc squared. Einstein's famous equation. Put simply, it means that energy is equal trinitrotoluene? What are you saying? 3 nitrotoluene. Ah.
Nitrotoluene.
Okay. Is equal to mass by the light squared. It describes how much energy you'd get by annihilation matter with antimatter a lot, and also carries the interest of implication that with enough energy you could theoretically create matter. 3 nitrogen gouline.
Tree.
No, it's what? Never mind.
The individual elements.
Oh, sorry. What did it say? 63 terajoules. Okay. The amount of energy you'd get by combining 350 milligrams each of matter and antimatter. You can get this number by using the equation E equals mc squared. What do you have to get when you convert 700 milligrams to kilograms? It's 7.0 times 10, and minus the fourth is 0.0007 kilograms. Then what's the speed of light? It's about 300,000 kilometers per second. If you convert that into meters, you get 3 billion meters per second. Twitchy and his brother like explosive. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And what if you square that? And if you multiply it times the original mass, you get 63 trillion. What is happening?
Conversation between Fi and Alice about.
Yeah, but this doesn't make sense. But wait, they converted it into
Basically, it's just a very, very big number, and the math behind it.
Yeah, they're really out to hurt my brain with math. Sun, moon. Wait, is that the correct one? No. Where are we?
We are in the control room.
Okay, yeah, sun, moon. Okay. Yes, it opened. Hey! Let's get our prizes. First we've got... But we don't know the password. A map. This is floor B. Whatever. Moving on. Our next prize is, let's see... key cards. They have a moon on them. That means these are the moon key cards the announcer was talking about. They gave us 2, just like with the sun cards. Oh man, I'm gonna have to betray Luna? Oh, that's sad. That's fine with you guys, right? Sure, go for it. Oh, we've got 2 other things left. I've seen one of them before, but this one... Is that some kind of input device? It has a keyboard on it. And a cable connected to the top. No, we can worry about that later. Might as well take it with us for now. And finally, the key. We can get through. We can get out now. Yeah. This should unlock the gate. More screwing around. Let's move. Wonder what this room was anyways. Oh? You didn't notice? Notice what? The thing on the other side of the glass that looks kind of like a metal octopus. I think it's maybe... That's an annihilation reactor. Annihilation? You mean like that bomb? Yeah, the core of the annihilation bomb would work on the same principles. I think Fi knows a lot more about these things, though. Well, I wouldn't say that. I've just picked up a few tidbits of information here and there. Tidbits, huh? If it's what Luna thinks, it should be pretty simple. There's going to be a bunch of matter and antimatter in there. Probably hydrogen and antihydrogen pumping into one another. When they do, they annihilate one another. That's where you get the name, and release a bunch of energy. You can actually calculate how much energy, by taking the mass defect, and... Stop! Too complicated. You're saying that octopus thing is a machine that runs off annihilation energy, right? Well, machine is a weird way to put it. It's more like an engine. It's like a steam engine or an internal combustion engine, just better. All of the electricity in this facility is generated by Mr. Octopus. So that would make this room, yes, Mr. Octopus's control room. Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter what the octopus is doing. We're done with this room. All we gotta do is insert the key. Okay, let's go. Yes, let's. I agree. 3, 2, 1. You found it.
Got it.
An ambidex gate has 45 minutes.
Huh? What's going on?
Someone from another team opened. They must have found him.
Whoa, why the heck would they just open one of the doors all on their own?
Whoever jumped the gun is probably in the warehouse.
Right. Okay, let's go. Maybe that's why he does it early every school time. Because he's hiding a body. Or he wants to, at least. He can't do it in the presence if he's with a group, but if he's solo... Warehouse A. We leapt out of the magenta door and into the warehouse. There stood Tenmyoji, Dio, and Clover. Hey, what the heck is this? Why'd you open one of the AB rooms before the rest of us got back?
I haven't done anything.
Dio didn't feel like waiting, I guess.
You got a problem?
Yes, I have a problem.
Why? I don't remember saying anything about waiting until everyone got back to open the AB rooms.
Are you kidding me? We didn't talk about it because we thought it was common
Sim
sense.
was right. We were able to get back quickly, but the others could still be stuck somewhere. What if they can't get back in time?
No sooner were the words out of her mouth.
Oh, thank goodness. You're all here.
Did something happen?
It's Quark, you see.
What? What happened to Quark?
He collapsed. It happened so suddenly. We were just searching our room.
Oh, yeah.
What? Please, this condition could change. You should go.
Oh, no.
Tenmyoji shoved Kay aside and leapt through the yellow door. The rest of us exchanged a few startled looks and then ran off after him.
Quark, come on, kid. Get a hold of yourself.
Tenmyoji grabbed Quark's shoulder and began to shake him desperately. It was Clover who stopped him.
Hey, what are you doing? He's sick, and we don't even know what's wrong with him. What if you make him worse?
Then what am I supposed to do? I have to save him.
Save? That seems a little extreme. Maybe he just has anemia or something.
No, that's not it. I know him better than any of you. He doesn't have anemia. He's never just collapsed before.
Well, then call an ambulance and stop freaking out about it.
You son of a bitch. This is serious.
The infirmary seems pretty well equipped. There are plenty of diagnostic tools, but
without a doctor, there's not going to be much we can do with him.
Alright. Oh, well, we've got Luna.
That's right. I remember Dio saying something. You have a medical license, don't you?
Wait, really? Is that true, Luna?
Well, yes.
You have to take a look at him then, please. Quark needs your help.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. I think that machine over there is a medical scanner. It's called an atom. It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
So, that thing can tell us what's wrong with Quark.
Yes, I believe it can.
I don't want to rush you, but the sooner the better. Just let us know if you need anything.
Of course.
The whole process took only a few minutes. The machine scanned Quark's body within seconds, and his results lit up on the screen. Words too complicated for me to understand scrolled across it, and as she read them, Luna's face grew dark. She bit her lip and stood for a moment, looking down at Quark before she spoke.
Well, I know what's wrong with him. I feel so terrible saying this, but Quark has an infection. A viral infection.
Oh no.
Oh no. Don't tell me.
He's been infected with a virus called
Radical 6. Have you heard of the virus? Radical 6, I mean.
Yeah, I told Alice and Tenmyoji about it.
Fi and I heard about it from Luna.
You and Luna were the two people to first investigate the infirmary. They must have seen the newspaper clipping that Quark found. They stayed behind it after the AB game, and they'd split up and gone into different rooms. It seemed like, one way or the other, everyone had heard about Radical 6.
No, he can't. How could he have gotten infected? That's...
Something about the tone of his voice seemed strange. Why wasn't it possible? Had Tenmyoji known about Radical 6 before the rest of us?
There must be something we could do! How can we cure him?
Mom says there's an antiviral serum called Excelavir. It's the only way to counteract Radical 6. If we can inject him with some, he should...
Where is it? Shouldn't it be in the infirmary somewhere?
Yeah, we looked around, but we didn't see anything.
I don't trust a damn thing you say. I'm asking Luna.
I'm sorry, but Dio's telling the truth. We didn't find anything.
Damn it. What about the other rooms? Sigma, what about you? Did you find anything?
You mean in the control room? All that has was a bunch of stuff for controlling the generator. I don't think anybody would put medicine there.
What about you, Kay? Was there any medicine in your room?
I'm terribly sorry. There was nothing of the sort, and books and so on in abundance, but no medicine.
Oh God, he's going to... Oh God, no.
Look, just to be sure, where did the three of you go?
Someplace called the Bee Garden.
Oh.
It was kind of like a park with trees and stuff.
Oh. But...
Yeah. No medicine. Maybe some medicinal plants?
Tenmyoji slumped to the ground. For a moment, there was silence.
Quark?
Quark! Oh, thank God. You're awake!
Get away from me!
Trigger warning.
Are we able to skip?
Not yet.
What?
Sure, I can't.
Have to what? What are you talking about?
Isn't it obvious? I have to.
But how?
Like...
Since this has been featured in an episode before, I'm not going to read this. Since we've already read all this in an episode, the previous episode, I'm not going to read this.
Just click through it as much as you can.
No!
Right.
On it.
Me too.
Oh, right.
Damn you ass! Why won't I have? They can't believe you have to let me. I have kill some. Any kill can.
Please stop.
Luna.
Yes?
Are there any?
Even going through it like this is
The
terrible.
one that's good. Hit him with. He'll be. It's just. It won't.
But
Just come on, Luna.
Okay, let me just... Okay, I've got...
Good. Wait. Now.
Right.
No! Stop! Stop!
Why is she holding on to the other leg? Oh, no. Oh, never mind. We were holding on to his other leg.
Respiration, blood pressure, brain waves, everything's normal. According to these readings, he's in a very deep sleep.
Alright, I guess we're good for now.
Yes,
What about the anesthetic? How long will it last?
he shouldn't wake up for a few hours.
Man, he sure was strong for such a little guy.
I think that might be the virus's fault. It probably attacks the...
Yeah? How do you...
Huh? Oh, well...
How much do you...
Oh, no. All I've seen... Why would I lie? I've seen other viruses do the same thing. So when Quark... Yes, at least...
Seen this. He turned and followed Tenmyoji's gaze. What are you doing? Okay, this is new. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around a scalpel. Apparently, she had been the one to take it from Quark. The longer I looked at her, however, the more I wondered if she had taken it to protect him, or for some other, more sinister reason. She didn't seem stable. Trigger warning again! Except this time, I haven't seen this one, so I'm not gonna skip it, I guess. In fact, she looked far more like Quark had a moment ago than I was entirely comfortable with. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. And she was not well. Alice? Hey, are you feeling okay?
We're all going to die.
Huh?
We're all dead already. Only terrorists would resort to biological warfare. But they will. Soon.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
You don't understand? All of humanity is going to die. The virus will spread. Adults, children, everyone. Everyone! There won't be anyone left! I'd rather die here!
Wait, Alice? We were all too stunned to even try to restrain her. We just stood there as she spun around and leapt through the door. Dang it! I shook myself and took off after her. But those few moments of hesitation had put too much distance and too many doors between us. Crap. Which way did she go? Right? Left? I was still trying to decide when everyone else poured out of the infirmary.
You lost her.
Yeah, I don't know which way she
let's
went.
split up and look. Quickly.
Right.
Look, if you find her, it's probably best not to shout or anything. Just do your best not to provoke her. Understood?
Gotcha.
Tenmyoji, I think you should stay here with Quark. The rest of us can look for Alice. Sound good?
Yeah, I stay here. Got it.
All right, let's move. Get going.
At Phi's command, we scattered, filtering off into the different doors. As I ran, I thought we would... Where should I look for Alice? Perhaps the lounge would be a good bet. No. No one here, huh? Dang. Where'd she go? No point complaining. I just needed to look somewhere else. I turned and headed toward the exit. Where are you going? Downstairs?
Not downstairs, the elevator opened immediately.
Yeah, he's kind of stupid.
Dreaded the enemy.
The enemy. You books. So this is the archives, huh? Kay, Quark, and Alice searched this room. Hey, there's the lion. Dang, nothing. Need to find her quick. She's gonna do something. If she loses it like Quark and nobody's around to stop her. Crap, I need to hurry. I decided to try the garden where Clover, Tenmyoji, and Dio had gone after passing through the door. The first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the smell. Plant life was everywhere, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of growing underlaid with the sweet, dry tones of dead leaves underfoot. While the air outside had been dry and harsh, in here it was warm and wet, like a forest after a spring rain. Just like Clover said, plants and stuff everywhere. I walked slowly down the path, still slightly stunned. Most of the facility had been cold, dull metal, but this room was positively verdant. Man, hard to believe there's something like this here. What the heck is this even for? Strange as the garden was, Alice needed to be my priority. I ran through my thoughts back and continued down off the path into the grass. I'd only gotten a few steps when I stopped short. Oh hey! We've seen this. Alice!
Oh, there you are. Good. I'm glad you showed up.
Huh?
I just got here a minute ago. She was like this when I found her. When you showed up, I was getting ready to take her to the infirmary.
Then she's alive.
Yeah. Her breathing and pulse seem normal. She doesn't appear to have any obvious external wounds.
So she's just unconscious.
Looks like it.
What about the scalpel?
Doesn't look like she has it. Figure she probably dropped it on the way here. Anyway, we need to get her to the infirmary. Give me a hand here.
Right.
Wait, hold on. There's something I need to tell you. Just stay calm.
What?
Look to the right.
My right or your right?
Your right.
What the heck? This is a bomb!
Exactly. I'm pretty sure someone didn't move it here from the crew quarters. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's an entirely different bomb. Look at the number on the side.
It says 1. One in the crew quarters said 3. Crap. There's no question,
I've got
huh?
more good news. Just think about the numbers for a moment.
You're saying there's an O2 bomb out there somewhere.
I can't be sure, but it does seem pretty likely.
Dang it. That means we're all talking about an explosion the size of 3 tons of TNT.
Yeah.
Who said it?
Clover, Tenmyoji, and Dio investigated the garden. There's also a chance someone else said it. Anyone could have come here after they left and before we showed up. Anyway, we need to move Alice. Help me out here.
Alice was lighter than I had expected, and fine I managed to set off toward the infirmary at a brisk trot.
Alright, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this. The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's.
Maybe we should scan everybody else?
She has also been infected with Radical 6.
If I had called everyone else back after I thought I brought Alice to the infirmary. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
Oh no. No! What's going to happen to her? Well, like I said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. It's a special antiviral treatment. Whether or not there's any around here, though. No! No! Oh, Alice! I don't want you to die! Please! Please don't die! I don't want to be alone! Don't die!
Clover wrapped her arms around Alice's unconscious body and began to sob. None of us had the heart to pull her off, so all we could do was stand there and watch her uncomfortably.
Ten minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
There's no way he can hit Betray on her.
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed.
Guys, I think we should get back.
What about
Guess
Alice
we're
and
just
Quark?
gonna have to leave him behind.
No! I'm not leaving!
Clover.
I'm staying here! Like heck I'm gonna leave Alice all alone! She's going to be fine. I gave her some Soparil. She'll just be sleeping like Quark. I don't care! I just want to stay with her. She shouldn't have to be all by herself.
Whatever. She can do what she wants.
I see. Dio and Tenmyoji's opponent in the next AB game is Clover. If she doesn't vote, then she'll default to ally, which I don't think I need to mention would be pretty favorable for Dio. If she stays, he's got an easy round.
Whoa, what are you saying? You think I'm gonna choose Betray?
Yeah, I do. Am I wrong?
Yes, of course I'm gonna pick Ally. For one, Tenmyoji's gonna be in there with me. I can't just ignore his opinion and make my own choice, right?
No, I won't be going. I can't leave Quark here when he's like this. I'll be staying.
Hey, come on now. What is this?
Knock it off, Dio. He's too smart to let you make a scapegoat out of him.
What the hell? Why are you so suspicious of me?
Yes? What if Dio stays behind too? If Clover, Tenmyoji, and Dio all don't vote, then everyone allies, right?
Oh, you don't know?
No what?
This. You didn't find a note like...
Huh? Wait, what's this?
We found it in the...
Well, there sure as hell...
We didn't find one.
Apparently. Oh. Why don't you read it?
They're just saying that voting, voting is not an
at least
option.
one member...
That means Kay had Quark and Alice. If he doesn't, all three of them are screwed.
Wait a second. Kay's got 6 BP right now. His opponent is gonna have to default to ally. That means if Kay chooses betray, he's gonna have 9 points.
You needn't worry. I have every intention of choosing ally.
Oh, give me a break. You expect us to just swallow your bullshit?
Oh dear. Dio, please, think from... You do realize that Alice currently only has 1 BP, don't you? If I were to betray her, what would happen?
Anyone whose BP drops to 0 gets penalized, just like when you break the rules.
I am not so desperate to escape that I would be willing to kill. Therefore, I will definitely choose ally. Indeed, I really have no choice. Unless, of course, I wish to become a murderer.
5 minutes.
We don't have time to argue about this. There's only one solution. Clover, you're going to have to go vote for us.
Huh?
What does that mean?
What, did I use big words?
Huh?
It means this!
I'd never seen someone move that fast before, let alone someone as old as Tenmyoji. In the blink of an eye, he covered the few feet between himself and Dio and slammed a closed fist into the other man's chest. Dio fell to his knees, wheezing for air. Tenmyoji waited a half second to make sure he was down, then turned and looked at Clover.
He's not gonna stay down forever. Get out of here, Clover.
But...
You and Kay are in the same position now. I've only got 1 BP, just like Alice.
Interesting. So long as Tenmyoji doesn't vote, Clover's only choice is to choose ally.
Admittedly, there is a chance she might kill me.
Are you saying you trust me with your life?
That's about the size of it. But what the hell are you standing around for? Get! You don't need to worry about Alice. I'll keep a good eye on her, I promise. Now get moving! You still don't trust me.
No, that's not it at all. I trust you.
3 minutes.
We need to go.
Come on. Okay. Take care of Alice.
She'll be fine.
It seemed to finally satisfy her, and we were off. We ran as fast as we could, leaping through doors and tearing through rooms on our way back to the warehouse. Okay. Sadly, we have to betray Luna. We're put in a situation where literally everybody else has to be good to each other, and then we're just gonna be like, betray!
Yeah.
Well, leave, man.
You've got a moon card, right?
Yes, we do.
Good. Then let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
4 APKs yawned open as we swiped our cards. It's funny because I was yawning at the time. The 5th one, the one Dio had opened, stayed empty. The 6th one, which had been Alice's, remained unopened. Kay and Clover wait, what? Kay and Clover quickly entered the 2nd and 3rd from the right, and Luna and I headed toward our own.
Hold on a minute.
Interesting, so we're not even gonna find the body this time because Alice doesn't go back into that room. And it hasn't been moved yet. What is it?
Choose ally, right?
Yeah, what'd you ask?
Of course we are.
You promise?
Sure. I
Cross
promise.
your heart.
Cross my heart.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt if you double-cross me.
I'm gonna double cross you. Don't sweat it. I'm a man of my word. I'm not a man of my word, apparently. Fife frowned and said nothing and disappeared into her own AB room, the second from the left. Luna and I nodded to one another and headed for the last one, the leftmost room. Wait, who are we in the room with? Who did we just go with? We went with Luna and Fi, didn't we? So we're in the room with Fi.
We're in the room with Luna.
Oh, I'm in the room with Luna. I forgot that. Wait, we're gonna betray Fi? No!
One minute remains.
Why would we do that?
Index game polling closes.
I don't wanna.
What are you going to do?
Well, I don't have a choice, do I? I promised. I said I'd choose
Yes,
ally.
Fi has 6 BP. If she betrays us...
Yeah, she'll have 9 points, I know.
Right.
What do you think we should do, Luna?
It's your decision, Sigma. I'll be in the same position either way.
What?
You have 6 BP too, don't you? That means if we betray Fi, and she chooses ally...
Uh-oh. Then I would have 9 points.
You see? In either case, I could end up with someone in my group reaching their goal.
20 seconds remain until...
That's it. We don't have any time left. You have to make a choice.
Are you sure you're okay with... This is okay with you?
Yes.
Alright. I turn to face the machine.
10 seconds.
What am I going to choose?
9, 8, 7.
Ally or betray?
6, 5, 4.
This is impossible!
3, 2, 1.
I'm betraying 5.
Round 2. Results. Thank you. Ambidex.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room a little later than the others. They were already gathered in front of the projection, awaiting the announcement of the results.
So, you chose betray. Did you do
Yeah.
it to protect yourself? Were you worried that Fi might choose betray?
That's a good question. I'm honestly not sure myself why I did it. Yeah.
Well, we should go see the results. I want to see how Kay and Clover voted.
Right. Let's go then.
Results, please.
Ah!
Points have been assigned or subtracted.
She's gonna be so mad at me.
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet point.
Well played, Sigma. I guess a promise means a lot to you.
I had nothing to say. No, she was right. I'd broken the promise.
Why did you do it? Nothing to say. I guess I misjudged you. I thought you were better than this. That was not a smart move, Sigma. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you pay, even if it's the last thing I do.
You end up hugging me while we were getting exploded. Okay.
A lapsum semel occasionum, non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere.
Why you're talking in Latin?
Then bitter cannot something.
Let's put it through Google Translate.
She's about to say it.
Oh. Wait, I got a text. Okay, weird.
A
What's
Latin
that?
proverb.
What do you
Not
mean?
even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Jupiter is a Roman god. Actually, he's kind of the Roman god. He's in charge of all the others. Not even Jupiter, the ruler of the gods, can take back what's been done. You did something bad. You're not gonna get a chance to take it back.
I turned away from Fi. I couldn't stand to look at her anymore. In front of me were Kay and Clover, their eyes bored into me like with cold disapproval, and I looked away. They'd both chosen ally as promised. The only person who'd betray anyone was me. The only person with 9 BP was me. Little wonder I wasn't very popular.
What do you intend to do?
You aren't thinking about trying to open the number 9
Nope.
door, are you?
Nope. I just did that so, just in case, so that, if I wouldn't do that. For a moment I considered the unthinkable. Could I break through them and reach the door? Well, once I was through, I'd be out of the game and free from their judgment. But no, I couldn't do that. And how could I possibly justify leaving them all behind so I could escape on my own? And why had I chosen Betray? In my memory, it just seemed like an almost flippant choice, as if I'd just been curious to see what had happened. If betrayal was what I wanted, I should have made that choice with commitment. Okay, so it's saying we would have never chosen this choice unless we were curious as to what was gonna happen. But there I was, and I couldn't turn back. Even if I didn't... Yeah, I can turn back, actually. No, I'm just kidding. Even if I didn't try to open the number 9 door, they would all be suspicious of anything I did. Trust is easy to break and hard to repair. Unless I could somehow turn back the clock, I was stuck with the consequences of my actions.
A lapsums, not even...
How could I do something that was beyond the reach of a god? Why hadn't I just chosen ally? What would be happening to me right now? Let's go see. I'm kidding. What if? Then Fi spoke, and I blinked.
Sigma, we're just doing this to be safe. We can't let you run around with 9 BP. I'm afraid you're going to have to sleep for a little while.
Oh.
Okay?
Huh? Okay. I started to turn around, but it was already too late. I felt a heavy hand slam into the back of my neck. And then everything went dark. Oh, they didn't even do it peacefully. Ooh. Game over. Okay, you were wrong. Don't know why I did that, but I did. Anyways. Why did I have to choose Betray, dude?
I think I misread the chart. I may have done a stupid and misread the chart.
So it was ally.
The thing, it's, well, ally is a bunch of plot locks for the true ending.
Is it?
Seven. That was not as smart. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you... A lapsums...
Oh, wait, should we continue this then? I kinda just want to see what you...
Round 2 of the ambidextrous game has been completed.
Because it would lock here, and we don't need to do that yet. This wouldn't be the most efficient thing to do. I already got the other plot line that I needed to see. So yes, we can go do Dio ending.
Dio is on the left.
The left that I haven't gone through, the red door.
Yeah. Betray.
Wait, what?
Betray.
Betray?
When you just clicked on, and then betray.
Oh yeah, betray. Okay, yeah. What time is it? Okay. Fine, I stepped out of the AB room. I could see the others running toward the monitor, shoving and pushing me to get closer. Tenmyoji left behind his footsteps a slow, heavy plod. What had happened to make him like that? Were you telling the truth? If our BP hit 0, do we really...
Well, you chose betray because of what I said, right? Don't worry. You made the right choice.
You better not have lied to me, so I'd choose
Well,
betray.
Zero will tell you if I lied or not.
0?
You Sigma! No! Hey, we're about to announce.
Love that voice
Let's go,
line.
Sigma.
Siggy. Final!
Good. Looks like you're all. Let's get
I don't know why you could never skip this.
If everybody.
Oh. No, now it was betray ally, betray ally, betray ally. That sucks. Alice, Tenmyoji, and Luna all have 1.
Here are the results from your game. Now, let us check the numbers on our break.
Sigma, why did you invite? All we had to do was choose ally 3 times, and we could all escape together. After this, we only would have needed 2 more rounds, and we would have all had 9 points. But now why?
I hung my head. There was no way I could look in her eye and try to explain what I'd done.
It was me. I told him to betray you.
What?
There's a way to get out faster. If you're successful twice with betray, you'll get 3 points each time, which gives you 6. That means you'll have 9 BP after the second AB game.
I know that. Is that why you chose betray? So you can escape before the rest of us?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to get out first or anything. Just wanted to have a little leverage.
How is leverage supposed to help you?
Well, I was planning on getting out of here with everybody else, and he...
You're lying. What makes you think I'm going to believe that?
Aww. Their eyes met for a long moment, but all I could see in Luna's face was sadness and disappointment. Vi opened her mouth and then shut it again, looked away. I was about to apologize to Luna when...
Hey, what were you thinking?
I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't think you'd choose ally.
What? You really think I'd betray you?
Well, no. That's what I thought at first.
But Kay told you to choose betray, didn't he?
Yes, I did. I was sure you would vote similarly.
Are you listening? I'm not going to vote betray against Clover.
Is that so? You never considered that we might choose to betray you?
No.
What?
Why would she have to consider that? Her and Clover are friends.
Clover would never choose that, of course.
Yeah. But
what
Kay
if
could
I was
overpower.
I understand it might seem strange of me to say this, but who would trust a man who hides his face? If I were in your position, I would be quite certain my masked opponent would choose betray.
Well, but it wasn't just you. Clover was there too.
Yes, she was. But if I'd chosen to end an argument by force, do you think she would have had any chance? I was certain you'd choose betray for that very reason.
So that was why you did it.
Yes.
After he explained his thinking to me, I thought he had a good point.
It's all right. I understand.
I'm so sorry.
I apologize. This is very unfortunate.
Past is the past. There's no point complaining about it. I'll just have to try and get those points back in the next AB game.
That was when I finally noticed Dio, Quark, and Tenmyoji.
Let me give you a little warning, Tenmyoji. That little shit, I'll bet you money he's a... I don't know what he is to you. You hearing me, old man? Keep an eye on him.
It looked like things hadn't gone out as planned for the other teams either. Nonetheless, we all seemed to have reached some sort of truce.
Zero, when is the next round?
Man, I get to skip through the whole thing this time. Wow. Ugh. I don't care. Oh, we get to see the back of his head that time.
Very well. I shall head for until we meet again. Excuse me.
Oh,
Yes, so much. At
I
least
don't
we
think
can
you'll be
skip
able
all
to
this.
just puzzle that out. If we want the truth, we need to find more.
Okay, I think it's good to look around a bit more.
Alice and I, you know, just in case you don't really feel like I can trust your eyes.
Whatever. Turn and head for the exit. Where to next? That was the only place I haven't gone.
Hey, sorry to butt in, but it's time to go.
What? Time to... Oh, crap.
You think?
Oh, I guess we'll just have to continue this later.
That was the whole conversation about, what relationship he has to Quark, wasn't it? I think so.
Chromatic 5.
Ugh, you're late. What were you doing? An
Sorry.
apology is not going to cut it. I can't go through that door without Zero. Are you trying to kill?
No, of course not. I thought you didn't need a partner to get through the primary doors, though.
Are you kidding me? Think it through, Sigma. Yes, you can go through the primary door by yourself. Now, you're standing in front of the secondary door. The time limit comes and the primary door shuts. Now what? Now you're stuck is what? Without the right number of bracelets, the secondary door won't open. Do you understand?
There'd be no way to open either door, huh? Man, that sounds even worse than getting your lungs turned off.
Sorry for worrying you, Quark.
In any event, now is hardly the time to be fighting like this. As you can see, the primary must hurry and decide who...
Where am I? Yeah, I don't get to make a choice. Oh, that's not what I'm doing.
We're almost out of time. I'll just explain it as fast, just like before.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
3.
Okay, so who's
I'm
gonna
not
go where?
going with Kay. I had enough of that last time. Thank you very much.
Oh dear.
I'd like Luna to come with us.
Huh? Me? Need someone gullible for the next round?
Hey, shut up. Aren't you my partner?
Maybe. But I don't want her to think that means I agree with you.
You betrayed me last time, Fi. And Dio, you betrayed Tenmyoji.
It was Quark who...
Dio! Stop saying that!
Anyway, Vi and I won't be choosing Betray this time. Your BP's 1 right now. If you chose Ally and we chose Betray, what would it be?
-1. I'd die.
I didn't want to say it straight out, but we're not gonna go that far just to get out of here. Right, Vi?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to take a chance on you.
Luna, are you sure about
Yes.
this?
I've made up my mind.
Then that means Quark and I will be going with Kay, since it looks like Alice is pretty determined.
Yes, I am.
Then I get to go with Alice. I'm totally good with that. What I did to Alice last time was really want to try to make up for it.
So we're going with option C then? That means each group is going
Interesting.
through a complementary door.
I get to go through with both of them for the first time.
Sigma, Alice, and Clover. 10 Miyoji, Quark, and finally, any objection?
10 seconds.
If there were any objections, there was no time for them.
Let's go.
The announcer's voice filled the room as we ran for our doors.
3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Okay, ugh. We got another one of these, huh? This is a dead end.
There are 3 doors, but it looks like...
I wonder what this thing does.
Well...
Can you pull that, Sigma?
Sure thing. He doesn't even fight with anybody this time. Good. Huh? Well, that was interesting.
It opened the door on the right.
It seems kind of weird. I mean, why just that one? What about the other 2?
Details, details. They gave us the way forward. Come along now.
Without waiting for a response, Alice strode off toward the open door. Clover and I hurried to follow. Oh, the pantry.
Whoa! This is amazing. Who'd ever need this much underwear?
What? Oh, she thought it said panty. What?
Well, I mean, all these boxes and stuff are panties, right? And there are a lot of boxes. Isn't that what it said on the door?
Clover dear, it didn't say panty.
It said pantry.
Pantry?
It's where you keep food.
Oh, I guess that makes more sense.
Her face turned an especially amusing shade of red. Oh, what do you think this thing is?
I'd say it's a water storage tank.
Yup.
It's totally full of water.
Yeah.
The stuff on the shelves looks like it's mostly bread, maybe a few pastries, but no panties.
Just a whole bunch of food,
Frodo
huh?
was right that there's a lot, though.
It looks like you could live here for
I'd
quite a
have to
while.
agree.
Then, what do you think this place is for?
Maybe it's where they quarantine sick people.
Didn't we
What?
tell you about Radical 6?
I guess that story really was true.
You're saying the reason they've all got this food and water is so that they can keep infected people here? That's ridiculous. I'm not infected with some weird disease. I don't know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life locked up in a metal box.
Me either. Giving us food is all well and good, but no spare underwear? That's unforgivable.
Seriously? How long are you guys going to keep making fun of me for that?
The whole time. Right, well, we need to search this room, so let's get started. Take a way out! Alright. These are some pretty impressive shelves. There's a lot of prepackaged food. There's a bunch of instant coffee and boxes of tea. You mean boxes, right? She said boxers of tea. Gah! Some of the pictures of these boxes look really nasty. I wonder what's under the wrapper. Under there? Under there! Shut up! Oh, underwear under there. I wonder what this thing is. Well, it's full of ice cubes. Do you think maybe it's an ice machine? It's pretty big for something like that. Maybe it's an industrial ice machine. These look like handles, right? I wonder if you can lift it open. Let me give it a shot. Ugh, no good. Won't even budge. Appears to be a graphics of some sort. There's a small hole on the right of it. There's a hole here. It looks like a diagram to the left of it. Lock, unlock. Do you think they're showing a button here? So, pushing it hypothetically will release the lock. I don't see a button anywhere, though. Maybe it's in the hole? I don't think so. Could we put one on? What? Have you even been listening? A button? Okay. Empty beaker. Button parts. Well, that's not a complete button part, I guess. Basic water. Neutral water. It's a plastic bottle. It says neutral water. Natural water. Not. This one says natural water. Do you think that means we're supposed to put water from nature into it? No, Clover. Look at it again. It doesn't say natural. It says neutral. Oh, you're right. That means it's not acidic or basic. It's right in the middle.
Has no opinions on the matter.
Acidic water. Well, what do you think this machine is? The bottom part looks like some kind of dolly. It's got a 5x5 grid of metal boxes. The top row is empty, though. Yeah, do you think we're supposed to do something with them? Well, not something, I guess. Probably more boxes. A machine with a dolly. Lots of cubbies. Should I put some in there? Hey, there's something in the drawer. Metal piece. Whoa! What are you doing? You broke it! Warm. Whoa, what the heck? This drawer is warm. That's ridiculous. Why would the drawer just be... You're kidding, it really is warm. What's going on here? You took this out of the dolly, right? Yeah, maybe it's for heating up food. Someone could have used it recently. There's still some residual warmth. Okay, very weird. It's not what I meant to do. There we go. This should be pretty good now. Yeah, it looks good to me. And then why don't you go ahead and push it? And there. Did you hear that? Yep, it sounds like it's locked open, so we can open it. I'd assume so, yeah. Huh. So this is supposed to be open. Oh, it's empty. I wonder why. It looks like we could open it from both sides. See? I think you could do that from the front or back, too. Then there's no hinge. It's just a huge lid. It's just sitting on top of the bottom. It does look like something's inside that ice cube, you know? Yeah, you're right. I wonder if we can get to it. Well, we won't just be grabbing it, that's for sure. The glass is in the way. How about dropping it through that hole? There's a square hole down there, see? I think you just need to slide the ice cube into it. How? Oh, really? I really have to explain it? Alright, just fine, just pay attention. Yes, I understand. That's what we're moving. Oh, I see. Okay. Brain. No, I gotta figure it out. Okay, yeah.
Right, down, left. Down, right, down. Left, right, down.
Oh.
Did most of it right.
Huh, worked. Good job, Sigma. It opened up. We should be able to get the ice cube now. Ice cube. You put the ice cube in the warm drawer, right? Yeah, it'll probably melt eventually. What a waste of time. Just stick it back in the dolly. Oh, you hear that? It's probably warming up right now. You should probably keep an eye on it. Ding. That sounds like it's done. Open it up and have a look. Hey, look. The water from the ice mill. Ah! Hot! The card's underneath the water. Okay, here goes. Ah! Just kidding. Ugh. Okay, what else is in this room? See this red button? I think that keeps the wheel in place, so if we push it, it'll unlock. So we can move this thing. Sounds good. If we press all the buttons, we should be able to move this cabinet. First, though,
inside the cabinet first.
Why the heck would they put a cabinet back in a corner like this? It's really hard to get to. Agreed. It's gotta slide the door. Alright, let's slide it then. What's this? A binder. It's got a couple of pieces of paper inside. We probably ought to hang on to them, huh? Found nutritional management chart and nutritional balance chart. Alright, now the wheels are unlocked, we can move it. Okay, let's have a look inside. There's a binder here too. Wonder what kind of... and what is that, some type of chemical? Let's take the binder first. You found a pH scale. Now chemical. And pH test. What's this thing? It's got a faucet. I think it's connected to a water storage tank up there. So you'd pour water into it. Yeah, there's a drain too. Yeah, in the middle there. Sigma, don't you think you could use that here? Wait, what? A drain.
Is the bigger the test.
Down the drain with you. Okay, I guess we just gotta check it. Oh hey, look at that! Yeah, the pH detection chemical worked. It's sort of yellow-green. Well, it goes with pH color skill. So, this is 6. This is water from the button 0, right? Right. Then the water you got when you pressed 0 had a pH of 6. That would mean, so if you push the +1 button, you'd get a pH of 7. Yeah, maybe. I need to look at the pH scale, because it's assuming that I already know it.
7 for neutral.
Yeah.
9 basic. And 4 for acidic.
Okay. So... let's go... 7. Which will be the neutral water. Let's fill this thing. And then...
9 for basic.
6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. And then acidic water is going to be -3.
Acidic water is 4. -2.
Why?
Because it's 4 and 0 is 6.
It's 3 right now.
So we need it to be 4.
Why? That's confusing. Hey, this is a calendar, right? Yeah, it looks a little weird though. Oh. Beauty products, drinking water, ionized water. Oh, that's why I needed 4, 7, and 9. Ugh.
Calendar puzzle is not very fun.
Wait, I think there's something written on the back. The day the man was abducted. Oh yeah, there is something on the back. You found the note. Oh hey, screen lit up. Looks like it.
Put the water back in the dolly.
Is one of them wrong?
Tapping the screen.
What's going on? Screen is red. Do you think it's wrong? Wait, it says something. Number of ration boxes insufficient. Please.
The water is correct.
Ration boxes need to be fixed. I think I just need to grab blue, green, purple, yellow, gray. Something like that.
Did you see those fractions on the dolly?
Oh.
Those are dates.
Oh jeez, this is hurting my brain.
This specific puzzle doesn't make sense. Use those dates and then convert it somehow into words to put into that light monitor to get the options.
Okay, I'm not doing this. Give me the code.
One, two, three. E3.
There. Did it work? Look at the shelves, huh? The shelves, the drawers, whatever you call them. Oh, there's multiple.
And 11, 12. E 13.
13? Okay, apparently not. 10, 11, 12, what?
B.
B. The screen is blue now. You think that's... yeah. Dude, I've got a really good memory. All I need to do is a moment. Moon, moon, moon. Well, did you memorize it? Indeed I did. Phew, that was a relief.
1. B. 14.
What?
14.
14. Oh, I see. The dates correspond with this.
Not.
It doesn't?
Oh, that's what it corresponds with, but it's not intuitive.
What do you mean it's not intuitive?
I don't know how you would figure out to translate the dates.
Wait, give me a second. I want to see if I can...
Next one would be 5/7, so May 7th.
Wait a second. Because now I'm curious. No, yeah, it's just too many numbers. I don't think I would ever want to go through that. Ugh, I accidentally clicked off of it again. Okay. Oh. Okay. Numbers. What was it?
4.
4?
Yes. A7.
A7. There we go. Come on, drawer.
Seven. A6.
Is that it?
N. E6. Oh, G as in... oh.
Okay, that makes 5. Come on, let's do this.
Now we have all the rations.
Look at the screen, yeah. Okay, so this time, you need to look at the chart. No. No. This one. I see. Okay. So, I guess we can just go in order. Let's try to make blue. For that we need bread, 3 meat, 2 cheese. Okay. Oopsies. Let's see, what has a lot of carbohydrates in it? What's protein? Okay, and oh wait, they just need to get. I was overthinking it. It needs more fat, more carbohydrates. Too much fat. Ah! Okay. I just solved this and the crap out of this puzzle. Hey, aren't you getting a little too excited? Yeah, it's kind of freaking me out. Did you see the screen? Oh, finally. Guess we didn't need that other nutritional chart, huh? Wonder what it would have been used for. Oh, yeah, this. Never mind. I kind of just guessed and check, I suppose. I wasn't really looking at this, I forgot. Where's the box? There it is. This is safe, right? I'm slowly running out of time. Huh, it opened. I might have to read this secret and be done. Cooked food 1. Twice cooked pork. The Szechuan dish. It's made by pan frying pork, cabbage, bell peppers, and green onions with doubanjiang or xianmojang. I'm absolutely butchering that. Yeah. The Spanish dish where one cooks rice, meat, seafood, and vegetables in a shallow pot, seasoned with saffron. Nasi goreng, an Indonesian dish made with pan-fried rice, seasoned with sambal, kecap, manis, and terasi. Schnitzel, a German dish. It is made by mixing together meat, flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs, then frying the mixture in bread in butter or lard. Okay, cooked food 2. Yeogajang, a Korean dish. The process involves stewing beef, vegetables, namo, and powdering chili peppers, and very slowly. The resulting meal is very spicy. Borscht, a Russian dish. Preparing is very simple. You just stew meat and vegetables together for a long time. The finished meal is garnished with beets and sour cream. Tom Kha Gai, a Thai dish made by stewing chicken, chili peppers, ginger, and nampula in coconut milk. Very spicy. Chef's pasta, whatever the chef feels like making. Sometimes you don't know what it is until you take a bite. Sometimes you don't even know then. Interesting. Okay, have a nice trauma, trumpet. Haha. Wait, what? Free the Soul. An emerging religious organization with rapidly growing members. Some figures claim their congregation numbers over 1 million in countries across the world. Originally, the organization called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped of Y to become Free the Soul. The founder of the religion is known as Brother, and his true identity is a mystery. Only a small number of the highest-ranking members have ever seen him. The doctrine of Free the Soul demands that its adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves of lust, and release their souls from their physical bodies so that they can be purified. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race, and that the world will be transformed into a place of equality with no conflict or poverty. Considering how a peaceful world without equality or no conflict or poverty usually plays out in movies, they seem like a pretty scary group of people. So they made a Radical 6, probably. Free the Soul is a powerful new religious order dedicated to establishing a new world order. In the Myrmidons. Okay. And the Myrmidons are their elite frontline soldiers in that secret war. The general public knows nothing about the Myrmidons, but their actions have put them on watch lists of intelligent communities across the globe. Rumors say that Myrmidons have the same face, suggesting that they may all be clones of a single person. No one knows where the rumor comes from exactly, but I can tell that it's a very credible source. No! 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 No!
It's not that. Don't worry.
Okay. I was about to say no. Okay. Well, I was about to say no, but I was saying no. Anyways.
You're thinking K's face and clones, then no.
Okay. Brother. The founder of the Free the Soul, although he prefers not to be referred to as such. As a child, he had a younger brother whom he was very fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened and the younger brother was murdered. Rage and despair filled Brother, and for 9 days and 9 nights he was consumed by his own misery. On the morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires and needed to be purified so that the new world could come into being. God had spoken to Brother and given him a mission. Brother dedicated his life to realizing that mission, and at the age of 26 he established Free the Soul of Y. He claims that Y is a symbol of miracles. And then Bracelet 3. Here's some information that isn't revealed in the game. The bracelet put on the left wrist of the 9 participants in the Ambidex game is an important feature because it has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as you put on a needle on the underside, activates. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the other side activates and inserts itself into the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects the drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, or maybe there isn't. All that is certain is that when someone puts on the bracelet, they get poked. Okay, so when we find that people have... Oh my gosh. Did Quark never have marks on his wrist? No, we never checked his wrist. The old lady didn't have marks on her wrist either from being poked. Though there was a lot of blood, so never mind. So...
If it was a needle, it wouldn't be super visible. When you get a shot at the doctor's office, you don't see the hole.
You'd see the blood, though. Because, I mean, why then would, when the bracelet comes off, you'd be able to see the blood? But on some people, you don't see it. Like, Alice. Alice, we know, got infected by Radical 6, and she was in fact not killed by her bracelet. Do we ever see marks on her?
If you're suggesting that everyone is infected with Radical 6 via the bracelet, then I would say that is correct.
I mean, that's not what I was saying, but... I was saying I've never seen a mark on Alice.
And it's under the bracelets.
Her bracelet has fallen off after death.
Tiny needle hole, you can't see it.
Okay.
We got 8 minutes.
We do. Not even really. I was just gonna finish reading this and then suggest that I should probably save here. Which is what I'm gonna do. Okay, well, I have a very important thing to do, so, freaking words. I think that'll end it for today's stream, yeah. I need to eat, get dressed, whatever, whatnot. What was I gonna say? Don't forget to check out my Streamlabs and my Fiverr for art commissions. Well, the Fiverr is for art commissions. Don't forget to check out my Instagram to, you know, if you want to see the art that I do. And don't forget to join the Discord server if you haven't already joined. It's very fun there. You get to talk to the real Quet ___. Wow. Yeah. If you're watching this on Twitch, thank you for coming. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for watching. And